Good evening. I'm not jet lagged. I'm not just back from Australia. Let the January 22nd meeting of the City Council come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Ravel.
Here.
Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Hedakaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Nusma.
Here.
Mayor Biss.
Here. Would the clerk please add Councilmember Burns to the roll? And my understanding is Councilmember Reed is on the Zoom. Is that correct?
Correct. And Suffredin.
All right, so the council members Reed and Suffredin are both on the Zoom. So we have a quorum and then some, and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on the agenda is my announcements and proclamations, of which I have only one. There was a fire today on Florence that was ably and successfully fought and put out by our firefighters. Several of whom were hurt during the course of that work. I will tell you, I've never seen Chief Pollitt move as fast as I saw him leaving this building this morning when he understood the gravity of the situation. And I just want to say thank you to our team. I think this is an important reminder that when we talk about the fact that our public safety workers put themselves in harm's way every day, it's not just a cliche, it's the reality. And I'm incredibly relieved at the fact that the individuals who were involved in the situation are, as we understand it so far, in good condition. But I just want to say thank you to them for their remarkable work, and I think it's just important to bear in mind the seriousness of the work that they're doing on a daily basis. So thank you very, very much for that. Next item on the agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments about our fire department this morning. I just wanted to mention that our condolences go out to the family of Donald Worth. Mr. Worth was the Parks and Rec director for almost 25 years, from 1971 to 1995, and had a tremendous impact on not only the Parks and Rec department, but the city of Evanston as a whole. Wanted to mention that a celebration of life will be held on May 4th at the Evanston Golf Club on Dempster at 3 p.m. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
We got two emails from Jasper Stelter in support of the Civic Center relocation, and from Vanessa Irving in support for the purchase of the Little Bean location.
Just point of, so I know we also received many against the Civic Center, so I'm just wondering which ones you announce.
I'm announcing the ones that are directly in my email. If there's others, I'll collate them, and we always publish all of the public comment that comes in later.
So I see some I know that were directed to you that were against, and I'll send those to you if you
if you could send them to me, that'd be great. Thank you. But just also as a heads up, all of our public comment is always published on our website at cityofevanston.org under minutes and agendas. So the complete public comment, and the council also receives those in their emails.
Thank you very much. Ooh, sorry. Speaking of public comment, we now move to the public comment portion of this evening's agenda. There are just in excess of 30 people who have signed up, but I think there's a few duplicates, so I'm going to give everyone 1 minute and 40 seconds for their public comment. We'll begin, as always, with those who signed up on this piece of paper, of whom there are just a few this evening. We'll begin with Dave Ellis, who will be followed by Peter Kelly, and then Sean Hallinan.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, members of the council. My name is Dave Ellis, 7th Ward resident. I'm here to talk about SP3 and the most recent violation of the Open Meetings Act. The city has a long history of being cited for and found guilty of violating this act. and this practice must end now. The most recent case that the Attorney General is investigating, I heard about a week ago, regarding a contract signed as a result of a closed session meeting on October 16th of last year, which apparently discussion started around July 13th of 2023, which could cost taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, signed with Jones, Lang, and LaSalle regarding city property. The Open Meeting Act is a foundation of good government. If it is not followed, it corrupts all levels of our city government. If I can understand it, it's not that complicated. I'm a shareholder in the city, and I do not want to pay for litigation for not following basic state statutes, because it is not it's not expediency for the city's purposes. By not following state statutes, it makes the city to appear to be hiding what its intentions are and who is to benefit from this. As Mayor Biss told the Daily Northwestern today, in an article today, and this is, I quote, "I feel really supported by the community. I feel honored by that support. I take it really seriously. I think that the relationship between elected officials and their bosses, their constituents, is a sacred relationship. If that is true, I hope it is true for all the council members as well. I ask that you remove this item, SB3, from the agenda and follow the process as it was written. Transparency is what..."
Thank you very much.
Just 1 second,
Thank you
please.
very much.
Okay, Ms.
The next speaker is Peter Kelly, who will be followed by Sean Hallinan.
I'm a resident of the building adjacent to 909 Church, and I hope after this evening I can welcome the city as a new neighbor. It was a superb choice. My only warning is when you get to the end of 15 years, you aren't going to want to move out. So good luck.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Hallinan.
Good evening. I appreciate your time. My name is Sean Hallinan. I'm the Intergovernmental Affairs Officer for the Clerk of the Circuit Court of Cook County. I'm here just to give some brief information about a public safety or public service information regarding a call center that we have to enable residents to deal with court issues. That number is 312-603-5030, 603-5030. And there are various services that the people can avail themselves to ensure that they can be properly represented at ideally reasonable costs and so forth, or in some cases for free, actually. Also, in conjunction with that, the Office of the Clerk of the Circuit Court, in conjunction with many partners, is sponsoring a license reinstatement process, which will be January 27, 2024 at Malcolm X College, located at 1900 West Harris in Chicago, Illinois. And the Clerk of the Circuit Court is excited to discuss the Domestic Violence Center, which opened recently in Markham. Also, the Clerk of the Circuit Court initiative brings our team to where residents live, making services of the office more accessible and fostering a better understanding of the needs of the community. Staff members examine information about evictions, expungements, sealing of records, warrants in a safe, convenient environment, help with e-filing, etc. The Clerk of the Circuit Court staff provides information regarding outstanding fees and so forth. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Biss. Have a good evening. Stay well.
Thank you very much. This concludes those who signed up on the yellow piece of paper. So we now move on to those who signed up online to speak in person. We'll begin with Lisa Delantoni, who will be followed by Karen Kaplan, and then Mark Baer. Yeah, I've also not seen Ms. Delantoni. All right, so we'll move ahead then with Karen Kaplan, who will be followed by Mark Baer, and then Mary Rosinski.
First, thank you again, as always, for your dedication and your service to the city. It is appreciated. You work hard. What I'm saying is really more for the record than from all of you. My community wanted me to say these few words. Over the past few months, we've heard many speakers who first identify themselves as Jewish, and many who are affiliated with political groups that have Jewish in their name. They believe by announcing their religion, it will automatically make what they say righteous and true. It doesn't. Righteousness and truth don't need the shield of religion. They can stand on their own, out in the light, without that shield. Using the Jewish religion or any religion in this way is not only manipulative, it's highly offensive. Religion isn't a tool to be used for political leverage, to be hauled out at rallies and protests. And those who use it that way are themselves manipulative and offensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Baer, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Sebastian Knowles. Seeing that Mark Baer appears not to be present, we'll move ahead with Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Sebastian Knowles and then Shannon Valco.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak to two things. One is the Civic Center, and two is please don't buy Little Beans. I was the one who submitted an open meetings violation, and I know the Attorney General has requested a review, and they did get a return response from our interim city attorney, who says she doesn't have to do it because of the fact that it is less than $25,000. I'm going to be sending a response back that says that's actually not correct. You signed a lease, an executive representative agreement that allows JAL to be your representative for a year for either lease or sale, a sale being 5 to 6%. And most real estate contracts, whether or not they are residential or commercial, do include percentage-based commission as opposed to a flat fee unless you're doing an auction or some other fees. So the cost of moving from the Civic Center is going to cost taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars that deserve to be discussed in executive session. And Bobby, you brought up about the Little Beans, about not negotiating price in public. I agree with that, but you can discuss and then bring it to public, and this was not brought to public before that contract was signed. So I would hope that you do not move forward on the Civic Center as you haven't brought it to the public. Secondly, I'm talking fast, trying. Little Beans is not been talked about at the Parks and Rec. I'm on the Parks and Rec board. We have not talked about some very important issues that Audrey Thompson, our director, brought up today, and that is the need for space for special needs. I think we deserve to talk about that, and I think the public should be engaged in this conversation, and we don't just go buy real estate because someone thinks it's a good deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sebastian Knowles, who will be followed by Shannon Valco and then Kendra Parson.
Good evening. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Community Alliance for Better Government. We are asking City Council and staff to engage public extensively to ensure that community feedback is garnered before any decision is made on the Civic Center and Police and Fire Headquarters. Tonight's discussion includes moving functions of city government to a leased space downtown while a determination is made on the Civic Center. CABG has questions that we hope are answered ahead of tonight's vote. Has the city considered a phased rehab of the Civic Center, allowing for staff to remain in the building while repairs/renovations are made? If the Civic Center is renovated or is built at a new location within the 15-year period, Evanston may pay an opt-out of $9 million. Is this figure being considered against any phased rehab of the Civic Center? Additionally, $63 million worth of renovations are needed for the Civic Center, coming at roughly $650 per square foot. However, office renovations around Chicago are usually around less than half of this price, around $200 to $250 per square foot. Why are these renovations so expensive in comparison? Thank you, and I hope that these questions are addressed ahead of any vote.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shannon Valco, who will be followed by Kendra Parson and then John Kennedy.
Hi, my name is Shannon Velko. I'm just coming in support of the purchase of 430 Asbury. I am the previous owner of Little Beans, but not the building owner itself. We leased for all those years. So I just feel as if after closing this business that was a huge part of the south side of Evanston and provided a lot of value to the community, it's sad to see this leave the community and not, and it will be a loss for the kids and the parents who depended on it as a place to go for gymnastics and preschool and play. And I know that the city has a lot of great plans in place to continue it as a community center, and I think that would really benefit that side of town. I am a resident here, and I can tell you with kids in the community, there's going to be a loss of activities and programming for kids with that leaving.
And despite my long run of running it in the city in Evanston, we still would love to see it continue and be an opportunity for families to enjoy for the next coming years. And I think the city would do a good job operating it and be able to make it successful in the ways that we were not able to. So I just really want to support that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kendra Parson, who will be followed by John Kennedy, and then Renee Sutherland.
Good evening. My name is Kendra Parson. I am the Advocacy Manager for Landmarks Illinois, and I'm here to speak about Agenda Item SP1. My organization is glad to have supported Evanston City staff in the development of the REI for the Harley Clerk Mansion at 2603 Sheridan Road. This REI process has generated valuable information about viable reuse opportunities for Harley Clerk and has demonstrated that there is interest at this time to proceed with an RFP and finding a new user for that building. I'd like to voice my support for staff's recommendations for the RFP. I'd particularly like to call attention to recommendation number 2 to emphasize the importance of the property's integrity of setting and its significant landscape. And given Council's previous conversations with Jen Jensen Gardens in Evanston and the many REI responses that include them as a potential partner, I'd like to encourage that the RFP specifically identify them as a desirable partner. I'd also like to encourage the Council to remain open at this time to strategic disposition of the property as the potential ownership model and to allow respondents to pay the space through the RFP process to demonstrate how that model may make the most sense for Harley Clerk and for Evanston. So I hope that the Council will move forward this evening with authorizing staff to proceed with the RFP to secure the future of this irreplaceable Evanston resource. And I and Landmarks Illinois remain available to assist city staff and officials through this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Renee Sutherland.
Good evening, John Kennedy, 3rd Ward. Why is the council rushing to sign a lease when there is no pressing need to do so? The building is structurally sound and all systems are operating, so the sky is not falling. Why make a 15-year lease commitment tonight? This is not temporary. This is for 15 years. Why are we taking on an additional $4 million or so in not only lease, but other related costs to the budget to move downtown when we can stay right here for free? If I remember right, many of you were saying just a month ago that we're running a deficit and had to increase taxes. What about this question? Why did ACOM or JLL not present to you a viable option of phasing in a renovation like what is being done for the service center? We have 112,000 square feet. We only need 62. Consolidate operations, move out of the 4th floor, renovate it for $4 to $5 million, repeat on the 3rd floor. And while you're at it, put in a daycare center, a cafe, and how about a workout room? These are real amenities that are not down at 909. And speaking of the cost to the city, why did ACOM and JLL not factor in 45% of historic tax credits and 40% for geothermal? These are savings, are not rounding errors. They're real. And we're leaving them on the table. And why did the staff give the appraisers in 2022 $7.6 million to renovate basic systems in this building, while now it's 10 times that cost? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Renee Sutherland.
Hi, my pronouns are she and her, and I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. I'm a relatively new resident to Evanston, and I just am asking that you not have Evanston become known as the city that has many violations of the Freedom of Information Act, Open Meetings Act, the way that Liam Byrd was treated and fired. These don't seem like things that are the values of Evanston. This isn't why we moved to Evanston, and I hope that you'll do better.
Thank you very much. Let me again read the names of the 2 individuals who did not respond when called. One is Lisa Delantoni, and the other is Mark Baer. Is either of those individuals here at this time? Seeing not, I'll move on to those who signed up to speak. It's possible that someone perhaps signed up online and is now here. So let me go through those names. So we'll move on to those who signed up online to speak online. The first is Lauren Weiss, who will be followed by Anya Cordell, and then Jeff Smith. All right, so then we'll move on to Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith will be the next speaker then.
Hey there. The site is saying that you can't start the video, so I've been clicking for a few seconds. Start my video. Okay, there we go. Mayor and council members, tonight's packet reminded me of the great American novel by Philip Roth. That dense but epic allegory chronicled not only the dysfunction of a baseball team that had no ballpark of its own, but how power will try to completely rewrite history. The history here erased is that Evanston voted by landslide margins to keep its seat of government in this functioning, accessible, and historic building. That vote wasn't that long ago. Evanstonians were just starting to slap Obama bumper stickers on their cars, many of which you can still see. The one-sided rationale for an expensive move to a nondescript office tower is like the game How Many Things Are Wrong with This Picture? Let's start with the lease terming anything after 6 p.m., like this council meeting, to be after normal business hours. Or that most Evanston residents would have to feed a meter or a Ventra card for every trip to City Hall, putting a regressive tax on personal interaction with their own government. Or any kind of large turnout would clog the lobby and elevators of a space that will have no place for public assembly inside or out. This is a flagrant move to limit access to government for all, to increase access to restaurants for some. Some have been trying to undercut the referendum since 2009, when they underhandedly sought federal funding to build a new city hall. That move was denounced by, among others, Lorraine Morton, a mayor rooted in Evanston who understood that residents value real rather than token participatory self-governance. As a fan of irony and satire like Ross, the best thing I can say about becoming a city without a city hall for the next several years is that it would make a swell symbolic match for a college football team without a stadium. But it's bad government. This council should remove the lease from the agenda until a full public conversation and the bigger civic center decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, the names that were so far called for the online public comment included Lauren Weiss and Anya Cordell. Is either of those two individuals in the Zoom? Okay, we'll move on then to Dina Bockenheimer, who will be followed by Jeff Carlin.
Yeah, start my video.
Hi.
Yep, go ahead.
We are here tonight. I'm representing Devil Dogs and asking if we can be approved to receive our liquor license for ready-to-drink products.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Carlin.
We go. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to talk to you guys. We are here. I'm with Dina. We're here to have to thank you for reviewing our request for our liquor license and our first location in the great city of Evanston. We look forward to moving in and opening our restaurant next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next section of public comment is candidly a little bit confusing on the back end. So there's a number of people who signed up whose names I'm going to now read. It's possible they're in the Zoom, or it's possible that they just wanted to communicate in writing. So we'll begin with Aaron Harris, followed by Emily Hoffman, and then Jen Jessen Lunt. Is any of those three individuals in the in the Zoom. Aaron Harris, Emily Hoffman, and Jen Jessen Lunt. Okay, in that case, I'm going to read through this whole long tranche of our public comment list because they all signed up in a similar way, and then I'll explain what their intent was when I get to the end, if I'm right that none of them are in the Zoom. Aaron Harris, Emily Hoffman, Jen Jessen Lunt, Lauren Meissen, Ellen Fowler, the Evanston Parks Foundation, signed by Julie Cutler, Deanna Howlett, and Ellie Shevick, Jamie Martin, Matt Kopp, Lee Clifford, Laura Miller Gilbert, Brasil Joni, and Jennifer D. Marino. So I know that was a long list, but is any of those individuals in the Zoom at this time? It looks like no. So one of those individuals, Matt Kopp, had a comment relative to SP1 saying whatever plan gets approved, it should have a family-friendly cafe serving the beach with warm and cold food and beer/wine. And the rest of those comments were written comments in support of the Little Beans acquisition. So just for future reference, ordinarily we ask written comments to be emailed and processed in the manner previously described, and then those who sign up through this online portal, we try to call on to speak either in person or online. But in any case, that long list of individuals I just named, with the exception of Matt Kopp, were all writing in support of Little Beans. Was someone in the audience not called on? Can you state your name? Did you sign up? No, we're issuing a mea culpa for my entire term as mayor prior to this year. I think we've been, sloppy in enforcement of public comment rules, but starting with the 2 meetings ago in the beginning of the year, we've been much more adherent to the rules and that are on the book. So I just ask in the future, please make sure you sign up on time. You can do it in person here when you arrive by signing up on the yellow sheet of paper, or online in advance, but we're not taking kind of unsigned up public comments any longer. And you can also email the clerk at any time, and that email will be forwarded to the entirety of council. And so if you have a device with you tonight, you can do that right now, and we'll see that email as well. That includes public comment for the evening and brings us to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item SP1?
I'd like to move SP1, which is a discussion regarding responses received through our request for expressions of interest for the Harley Clark Mansion.
Second.
Councilmember Revelle moves that we begin a discussion on the item described under agenda item SP1. Councilmember Harris seconds, and I believe we have a presentation from Mr. Sterling.
We do. Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, Clerk Mendoza, members of City Council, my name is Cade Sterling, City Planner and Planning and Zoning Division. I principally administer the city's historic preservation program. Tonight it's my pleasure to give you a summary of responses received to REI 2347 and also seeking authorization to draft and issue an RFP for the adaptive use and rehabilitation of the Harley Clark Mansion at 2603 Sheridan Road. Just a little bit of background on the REI. We released this in September of 2023. It was open for 3 months. The principal reason for doing this was to explore ways to increase viability and also mitigate risk for a rehabilitation model that can be more successful. We did this in many ways, but we sought mutually beneficial partnerships, both capable of advancing and catalyzing widespread, what I call place-based economic development potential, while also retaining public access to the property and its significant amenities. We also encouraged, for the first time, active and income-producing principal uses with diversified and sustainable financing models. And we encouraged realistically scaled nonprofit and partner organizations and also publicly accessible programming for the property. As a result, I was very pleased that we received 10 responses. This is significant. Sometimes you receive 2, sometimes you receive 3, sometimes you receive none. So receiving 10 is significant. These included 3 that previously submitted for the previous RFP but were not selected. And one of these 10 also submitted what I'm calling more of an exploratory letter of interest that had slightly less detail that we were asking for, but a tremendous amount of detail to support a climate action center for the mansion. The uses proposed were very diverse. They included wedding venues, event spaces, a boutique hotel, co-working and tenant spaces, museums, wellness centers, arts, culture, and community hubs, educational spaces, and the aforementioned Center for Climate Action and Innovation. One correction I do want to make in the summaries, for the Jens Jensen Garden proposal, I didn't indicate that they had identified a dollar amount for rehabilitating the coach house, but they are proposing a $1.5 million restoration of the coach house. And then also, as Kendra Parsons pointed out, it was rather significant. I don't know that I've seen it before, but to have the number of these 10 respondents that identified partnering with the Jens Jensen Garden Group, I think is really a testament to their efforts on that property so far. Total investments for these 10 uses, they range from $5 million up to $20 million. The timeline for implementation also varied pretty significantly from as aggressive as 2026 to proposals that would see final rehabilitation beyond 2030. Ownership models were something that we explored through the REI. Most of the responses wanted to pursue a long-term lease agreement. 2 showed interest in ownership, but were also open to long-term lease, and 1 identified outright ownership as the preferred model. As we move forward to the next step, I'll say we're kind of at the 50% mark right now. It was really critical, in my view, to explore a lot of these issues and kind of test the waters, and to allow yourself to do that in a non-competitive environment is really important. It also allows these users to share ideas and create more viable partnerships as we move forward. I recommend mirroring the request for expression of interest in that framework significantly in the following ways: to continue to encourage active and income-producing uses, these being the principal use for the property; to seek financial models that are capable of accessing a wide range of incentives as well as tax credit opportunities; to continue to identify the city as a potential active partner rather than a passive partner; to explore strategic disposition of the property while also demanding or ensuring perpetual access to and use of the property's significant public amenities. I think, at least to me, this is one of the biggest success stories of the REI, is that someone was interested in purchasing the property, but they also made significant concessions to make sure that public access was retained on the property. And also to emphasize the newly increased and broad use potential availed through the city's newly adopted adaptive use code. This is also significant as it opens up any potential use or combination of uses, where prior to this we were looking at potential uses in an open space district, which are pretty limited. We also recommend supplementing the REI framework in the new RFP in the following ways. Many of these are just best practices for an RFP and ensure that we can adequately evaluate them, but demanding detailed qualifications and a demonstrated experience and expertise in rehabilitation. Asking for a detailed development pro forma to ensure financial viability and also to mitigate risk on the side of the city. A detailed scope of work and development timeline. Detailed operational and use summaries to ensure compatibility with surrounding land use patterns. And also detailed elevation drawings, floor plans, renderings, and site plan. As I mentioned previously, one of the really significant opportunities of the REI is to be exploratory and to explore things and then make adjustments based on the responses that you received. So we recommend the following adjustments in the RFP: to emphasize alternatives to on-site parking and uses that minimize the need for additional on-site parking spaces. Many of the proposed uses actually are more predictable in their parking needs. You talk about like a wedding venue, that's relatively predictable how you could handle shuttling people to and from, how many spaces you would need on site. Even though that might be a more intensive use, it's more predictable to manage any potential negative outcomes on the property than something that proposes really a litany of potential uses that you're unsure how many people might arrive, when they would arrive, et cetera. In addition to active uses and realistically scaled nonprofit and community uses, we also encourage additional annual community events and programming opportunities. I think there were 2 responses that included some of these in their proposals, and I think it's an excellent idea moving forward. To emphasize the property's significant landscape composition and uses which minimize adverse impacts to the property's integrity of setting. To require a letter of intent to propose and specify easements and other legal agreements a potential purchaser would provide and enter into with the city. This really ensures the retention of public access to its critical features. And to require respondents which identify lease arrangements to outline what that preferred framework would look like specifically. There's a lot of nuance within that. Evaluation, how will the RFP responses be evaluated? The way the typical RFP framework works, it's not necessarily applicable to this type of proposal. So what we are proposing is to evaluate the project under a very similar set of criteria that we use for the Lot 1 proposal on South Boulevard. These include qualifications, experience, and expertise, financing plan and capacity, project vision and ability to meet the RFP's key objectives, feasibility, and community and public benefits. And then last, next steps, and I'm very much looking forward to answering any questions and hearing your discussion. But the first step is to draft and issue the request for proposal. That would be in the winter of 2024. RFP evaluation and selection spring of 2024, and then consideration by you as council in summer of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Revelle, followed by Nusma.
Right. Well, thank you, Cade, for walking us through the all those responses, what we received, and it was, as I think you've indicated, was really successful. We got such a wide range of really interesting proposals, and I think some pretty solid ones from a financial perspective, which is very encouraging. And so I do think we are ready to approve, to ask you to draft an official RFP so we can get some more substantial proposals to then really make a decision, so we finally have a solution for Harley Clark. One thing that I did want to mention is, I mean, several of the proposals are really have quite a big commercial use to them, and so that would be a big difference from our previous proposals, because previously, we've always said that the proposals needed to be in conformance with our lakefront master plan, which very clearly does not envision commercial uses on the lakefront. So I think the council needs to affirmatively agree that we aren't going to require the proposals to conform to the lakefront master plan going forward. So I'd be interested in my colleagues' discussion on that point. And then one other thing to just mention, the proposals all talked about making sure that they would maintain access to the Lighthouse Beach, to the parkland, et cetera. And I'd like to mention our Ecology Center uses the east lawn, so the grassy area to the east of the mansion. And since there was at least one proposal that envisioned building out onto that grassy area, I think that would be a concern to me. I mean, certainly want our Ecology Center staff to weigh in on whether they, how important is that to our summer camps. But I would hope that any kind of use would manage to make use of just the existing building and not need to expand onto additional lawn space. And certainly, I would hope we wouldn't have to have additional parking added to the property. So those are my initial thoughts.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Cade, for bringing this REI kind of process to our attention. I think it's uncovered some interesting possibilities that I'm glad we have the opportunity to consider. You're asking for specific input on the RFP, so running through your specific questions regarding the evaluation criteria. I think that the financing plan and the capacity, those financial aspects, to me, are most critical. No matter how good the idea is, if the people that we're working with can't raise the funds, it's not going to happen. So I would suggest in the points system, increasing the weighting for financing up to 30 or even 35 points. I think it's currently at 20. 25. So I would bump that up and take the balance away from the qualifications and expertise. Also very important, but number one to me is financing. Your second question was modifications to the RFP, and just kind of picking up on what Councilmember Revelle said, I want to make sure we maintain public access to not only the facility in one shape or another, but also to the grounds, so that existing programming isn't disrupted. And again, to the extent that we can emphasize in the RFP that the financial strength of the proposal is kind of first and foremost, I think that's important. And your third question was about strategic disposition. I understand that as a euphemism for maybe selling the building.
Correct.
And that would not be my ideal outcome, but it is a possibility that I personally would be willing to consider. I would prefer, all of the things being equal, that we maintain ownership. Halfway, compromise is a long-term lease, which would be preferred to selling it. But if we do have to sell it, I would be willing to consider that, as long as we maintain that access. So I do want to acknowledge that we have been, as a community, talking about this for almost 13 years, since July of 2011. I don't think anybody in town wants to go another 13 years before we finally come to a resolution on this issue. So I certainly hope and expect that this process will lead us to an outcome that we can all live with. If this process is unsuccessful, I think we need to have some serious conversations about the disposition of that building. But I certainly hope that we can undergo or go through this RFP process and come up with something that works for everybody. Thanks.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, and thank you, Cade, for this great presentation. I agree. I'd also like to see this remain for community use. I think ideally this should reflect and respect the outcome of the referendum. I think the people spoke and said in no uncertain terms that, and this is a question of equity. This is a beautiful part of our town where there's very little low income or accessibility in terms of homes and structures, and this is, the community spoke loud and clearly with over 85% saying keep this for community use. So I really hope that we're prioritizing that as well, that we respect what the outcomes of that referendum. Thank you.
There's no one else asking to speak, so I guess I'll just kind of underscore what Councilmember Revelle said or asked. I think, so I agree. I think 13 more years of this would be not great. I'm not necessarily a fan of 13 more minutes, but 13 years is too much. So I think one really bad outcome is if we, at the beginning of a long agenda, are like, cool, Cade, great job, this is awesome, yep, go do it, and then look at the responses to the RFP and say, whoa, 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 we're not comfortable with commercial activities. And so I guess I would encourage folks to weigh in. I think if Councilmember Nusma's input is going to hold sway, which is to say if financial viability becomes kind of a the top consideration, that's going to naturally result in a decision-making process that looks favorably on income-generating uses. Just to put my cards on the table, I think the fact that we're here 13 years later, the fact that we're here with the Artist Bookhouse having fallen apart for lack of fundraising capacity opens my mind, and so I would say, sure. I'm personally, as someone who may or may not matter, depending on whether someone's missing on the evening in question, I'm comfortable with that. So I'm not asking people to say they're not comfortable with it. I just hope people say what their view is so that you don't go do a bunch of work that is then kind of vetoed because not enough input was given at this moment. Councilmember Hedekadis. Councilmember Hedekadis, followed by Reed, and then we'll go to second cracks when they arise.
All right, so I guess I'll share my thoughts. First and foremost, I think it's super important that public access to the grounds and the Lighthouse Beach and the surrounding areas is, must be included in any proposal. Personally, I would prefer it not to be commercial, but I think it should be included as a possible use. I think it makes all the proposals that much stronger. The fact that they have to compete with commercial properties, I think, will spur them to do their homework a little bit more. And so I think at this point, even if I'm personally leaning towards non-commercial, I think it should stay open for the RFP, and then we can decide and weigh them on their merits.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you. To answer Councilmember Ravel's question, which I think is an important one, I support deviating from the lakefront plan and allowing commercial use at this property. I think it's, as Mayor Biss pointed out, it may be necessary to allow for viability. I also want to say that I strongly oppose the idea of selling the land. I think it should be maintained publicly in public ownership, in public hands. So I would prefer a long-term lease. I would, however, I do agree with the fact that if this process doesn't work out, that we do have to have all cards are on the table at that point. I think we have to be creative about it. Maybe, we'll cross that bridge if we get there. But I do think that, we have to make sure we put as many options on the table without relinquishing the property. Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to second cracks, starting with Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Ravel. Also, I think commercial use should be considered. However, I don't necessarily want to increase the weight that we put on being able to, the financial investment portion. I think our city, with our tax dollars, throws around a lot of money. Right now, we're looking at $30 million to potentially lease offices downtown for 15 years. That's not something the community weighed in, and yet the community did weigh in on the Harley Clark. The community does want access to a beautiful public space on the lakefront. So, it might involve us thinking about how we're allocating our tax dollars, what it's for. So I don't necessarily want to make that increase that. I think it just deserves a full discussion when we get to it, when we look at the options as to where we're at as a council. Again, I think we have to, the community, did have a referendum on this. The community even had a referendum on the Civic Center and said they wanted to stay here. Yet we're talking tonight about committing our city to a $30 million investment for 15 years to relocate. I mean, we're just not, are we hearing the residents? We need to listen to the residents. We need to have our finger on the pulse of our Evanston residents. So I wouldn't want to say that that necessarily has to be put at a higher level in terms of rating. I mean, I think it's fine if we end up with something that has commercial use, as long as it is able to also afford that community participation, that public participation that's so important to our community. So I'm not against commercial use in that sense, or incorporating some portion of it, as long as it provides for community access to the Harley Clark on the lakefront, and that can continue to work with the Jens Jensen Garden. I just want to take a moment to express deep gratitude to the work of Charles Smith and all those volunteers who've worked so hard to maintain those beautiful lands, the Jens Jensen Gardens, that are so beautiful and historic and meaningful to our city. Thank you.
Continuing with second opportunities, we go back to Councilmember Ravel with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Right. Well, I do want to say that I'm open to the idea of a certain portion of the use being commercial use, but I do want to make sure that that some of the elements of the programming are open to the community, so there's continued community access. But I think some kinds of commercial uses is going to be really important for the business model, a successful business model for whatever we have going forward. Did I weigh in on the things I needed to weigh in on? Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my position is a combination of Councilmember Revelle and Councilmember Harakaris. I would be willing to accept some commercial use. I don't think that that should be the primary use. I do think that we should maintain community access to all of the parts of the property that we currently use for our parks and for the community. I recognize that some commercial use might be necessary in order to make the numbers work. But I also agree with Councilmember Newsma that I think that the financing plan and capacity should have the greatest weight, because we have now having been here for all 13 years of this discussion, I think what we have seen is that we've struggled to find a use that can make the numbers work at that location. So I think and if we want to see something viable there, I think we're going to have to recognize that there might have to be some commercial use there.
At this time, no one else is asking to speak. So let me ask you, do you have the direction that you need at this time?
I believe so. The one additional question is, when we talk about public access to the property, do we mean public access to every single component of the property, or do we mean making sure that we have portions of the property accessible to the public at all times, certain portions of the building or accessory buildings being programmed for public use? It's the one point I'm not clear on.
May I respond?
Yeah.
I would say the exterior use that we have, that I think it doesn't make sense for someone to actually be leasing the property and then have to make a portion of it open to the public. I think that's going to make any RFP process pretty confusing for people.
And just continuing quick answers, just an increasing number of ward. We'll go council members Kelly, Nusma, Revelle, Hedekaris.
So I think it really does just depend a bit on what's being proposed. I think ideally, yes, public access to the interior and the exterior, but I think if, including rental spaces could be considered public access if there's sliding scales. So I think it's really just about assessing the proposal, but of course, always looking to maximize public access. So I think, some of it might end up being, if it has to be off limits at private, but I would say we really want to keep that to a minimum. But again, I think rental, that would be private if that's considered private, but open to the public to rent, so I think there's varying degrees of access.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public access to me does not mean everybody can go everywhere. What that means to me is Evanston residents should not have to, for example, wait to get invited to a wedding to see what's going on inside the building.
Councilmember Revelle.
And I would frame it in the terms of the programming. I'd like to make sure that some of the programming is truly open to members of the public and not just to members of a wedding reception.
Councilmember Hedekaris, followed by Suffredin.
I think, me personally, it would be the outside, the grounds. I think having access to the building would be great, but for me, it's more important the grounds and the exterior.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in. Kate, I really encourage, and my colleagues as well, encourage making the top of the funnel as big as possible. We can have more detailed discussions later, but the lack of financial viability is what's caused this not to work in the past. So I think we should be as open to considering anything as possible. I understand the positions that have been stated, and there's certainly a time for us to really get into the details on proposals, but I think we want to invite
as many proposers as possible. And if that means they need to make the finances work, we need to be open to understanding how they plan to do that and what that means and what the trade-offs are.
And with no one else signed up, I'll sort of piggyback on that a little bit as I was planning on summarizing. What I'm hearing is a lot of preferences that are pretty shared, right? I think everyone's unicorn is the same unicorn. And also a lot of understanding that we very well may not get that unicorn. And so willingness to accept a lot of, great breadth of applications, and understanding that we may, in the name of financial viability, have to sacrifice some, but hopefully not too much of the things that we would prefer to see there as well. Again, thank you. Thanks so much for your work on this. This has been, I think, really helpful for me, at least. I've learned a lot, and thank you for this, and we look forward to next steps.
Of course. Thank you.
With that, is there a motion relative to item SP2?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP2, the Civic Center and Police Fire Headquarters Relocation Feasibility Study discussion.
Councilmember Nusma moves that we discuss the Civic Center and Police Fire Headquarters Relocation Feasibility Study. Councilmember Harris seconds. And I believe Ms. Biggs will be quarterbacking this presentation.
Thank you, members of the council, city clerk, city manager. My name is Laura Biggs. I am the city engineer for City of Evanston. Tonight, we are going to be doing a presentation to talk about the Civic Center Police Fire Headquarters Relocation Feasibility Study. This is a study that began in a couple of years ago, and with the goal of looking at the long-term disposition of what we want to do with both the Civic Center and the Police Fire Headquarters, both being buildings that are owned by the City of Evanston that require significant substantial investment if we're to remain in place. We have engaged AECOM, a company that has been working pretty steadily on trying to make sure that we can see what our best options are. They've done a lot of background data gathering, talking with city council members, just generally doing quite a lot of research into what our options are. And tonight we'll be presenting 6 options that we've mixed and matched together as to how to proceed on these 2 buildings. I will say that what we are looking to get out of tonight's presentation is first to get a public discussion going about where we are now, but then also to receive feedback from the City Council as to the next step, where we want to look at public engagement. But before we craft that process, we want to make sure we really understand exactly what type of information the council members would like to get out of the public engagement. So with that, I'm going to actually turn over this presentation to two people from AECOM. Chris Brewer is an economist that works at AECOM, and Frank Lewis, an engineer who's done quite a lot of work into the existing condition and the cost estimating.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us to present tonight. Again, my name is Chris Brewer, my colleague Frank Lewis. We'll see if the advancer works.
It does.
Do it manually? All right. So again, thank you very much for allowing us to present tonight. I think our intent this evening is to walk you through a small number of key project drivers, then cut to the chase on how we went through our space programming effort, talk about different site and building options, there are a lot of them, and then ultimately walk you through a series of scenarios and associated estimated construction costs. Again, goal tonight is not to set policy, but to build that conversation and try to move forward. For myself, trying to think about, going to the next slide, scope of work. So fundamentally, the core element of this scope for us that matters tonight is we went through an extensive programming exercise to understand space needs by department, but also we wanted to think a lot about this question of public-private partnerships, how those fit into the program. I think we've identified a lot of different conceptual options. Obviously, at this point, it's too soon to say what could work, but we do think there's a relevant argument for anything from supporting amenities, childcare, workout facilities, up to potentially partners that might cost share either on an operating or capital basis. There are lots of options that we can talk about ultimately as part of this process. So we'll go to the next slide.
All right, so project drivers. Go to the next slide. When we started this project, there was a huge emphasis on economic development, specifically concern about downtown and whether or not a integrated civic center and fire police project would be supportive of downtown Evanston. So we talk about our different lines that reflect changes since COVID hit in 2020. The key trend that we note is the sort of blue aqua line is obviously growth in residents into the core. That number has steadily grown over the past few years. But more troublesome for us is our steady decreasing growth in our downtown office space. This is both a reflection of hybrid work, a short-term reality, but also this broader term of a number of the office buildings in downtown Evanston are older. So again, this reality of older buildings, fewer amenities, struggling to compete in the market. But again, it reinforces for us a question about positioning for the future, but also an acknowledgement that 2024 is now probably the first moment in 4 years where we can say, okay, let's talk about actual organic growth, not recovery from COVID. So what does that mean for the future? Now is a moment to actually think about our ability to make long-term decisions rather than make short-term decisions. So we'll go to the next slide. This notion of growth we feel is ultimately very important. At first I thought about this slide in terms of the extent to which we've grown over the last 10 years, but it also reinforces a more important question because the city of Evanston population, I understand it, in 1970 was about 80,000 residents. And at this point, we're getting back to that number. So one of the questions about the future of, if we're thinking about how to make this decision, one of our questions is, well, are we going to hit 80,000 residents and slow down? Or do we have the ability to grow beyond that number? That implies maybe a public facilities choice that's more about flexibility, maximizing it, versus a building where we're thinking about preparing for growth. So two very different mindsets that start to inform what these buildings tend to look like in the future. As we go to the next slide. Last but not least, we talk about the weight of history. There was a very good article that was written right before our study started, Evanston Roundtable Historic, Ask the Historians. They laid out a whole history of all of the past Civic Center buildings. And I think looking at that history, number one, you tend to make this decision every 40 to 50 years. Topic will come up. I think number two, it's very clear that the decisions in 1947 and 1979 were driven by growth. So you were running out of space and needed to move on. But I think what's also important about these past decisions is that elected officials at those times, they saw a need, they found a building that was generally empty, they bought the building, they renovated it, and then they sold the old building. So they made a tactical decision and they moved on. I think what's interesting now is based on your view of where we're going in the future, you could say that we might want to be tactical, meaning we make a decision, buy a building, do the same thing we've done 2 prior times. Or you make another decision that says, well, we should be strategic. Maybe there's a way to integrate these uses better. Maybe there's a way to get more shared services. Again, are there a different set of strategies that can be more efficient through delivering all these things at once? So different ways of thinking about what the past tells us today and what we do in the future. I think for us, the excitement about this moment is in as much as if the city population continues to grow, we would expect the demand for city services to grow as well. We've talked a lot about things like digitization, so our ability to reduce paper the city has to store. Some of that's a matter of state law. You have to save certain things in paper. But in other ways, you can reduce that storage requirement. That has direct bearing on how much space you need. So again, thinking about these things is about how we start to think about the program. What I'll do is turn the floor to Frank to talk about what we found from a programming standpoint.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. These 2 buildings should be pretty well known to everybody here. We've got the Civic Center on the left and then the police and fire building on the right. To understand the actual needs, let's see if, yeah, okay. So in order to understand the needs of the Civic Center as well as the police and fire headquarters, we first set out to understand and sit down with each one of the departments. We wanted to understand their future staffing needs as well as any operational objectives that would allow them to better serve the constituents of the city of Evanston. Pretty quickly, as we started to drill down to the needs, we started to come up with the realization that the space requirements, I know that the information here is fairly small, the space requirements are actually significantly less than what the building actually provides at this point in time. About a 60% reduction in the overall space. As we then started to look at the layout of the building and how it could lend itself to future operations, a couple of things started to actually, again, rise up. One, what we found was that the actual building layout presented a constraint to building operations. It was very compartmentalized, it was very segmented, which made it difficult to have the agility that you need to in order to change departments and uses. Those same layouts then also started to have impacts on ADA accessibility, egressing, as well as the end user experience, as end users were being sent to different parts of the building in order to gain the services that they needed, and actually having a side effect that it started to create some security issues where people are able to get access to departments where maybe they shouldn't have. As with any older building, that's been discussed quite a lot in the city council members, you start to run into maintenance and upkeep concerns. I don't think that this is anything that is new to the council members or the residents. I've heard tonight the discussions about the HVAC system. The system as it stands right now is older. It's considered specialized. Parts and components are now special order. The building electrical system requires upgrades. The building envelope has been discussed before with rainwater management up on the roof, tuck pointing of the external facade, as well as the need for new windows. And that doesn't start to then address some of the code-related items that I touched on a little while ago, such as ADA accessibility and egressing. As you start to make modifications to the building, you then need to provide the upgrades to allow it to become code compliant. Moving on, as we start to look at the police and fire building and the headquarters, we took a similar approach to it. We took a look at what the end user's needs were, what their future growth was, and how they wish to operate their facility. Oddly enough, there's the opposite impact. The building as it stands right now is much smaller than what the future needs would be. In order to bring the facility up to meet the current standards that you're seeing for equivalent facilities or cities of a similar size, which are addressing mental health concerns and training, victim advocacy, and then ongoing police and fire training that allows them to stay up to practice with the current requirements of the field. When you start to drill down into all of those items, again, you realize that there isn't enough space in the building to house everything that you need. In addition to some of the components, as I talked about with the Civic Center, there are upgrades that would be needed at the existing facility to bring it up to modern day standards, such as upgrading some of the HVAC and ventilation for the range training that's in the building, the operations and the phasing for the processing of individuals, how it operates, some security concerns. You've got the ability to essentially access the second floor just right to the check-in desk. And then if you go down to records, you kind of have the ability to start to meander down the hall if you wanted to. These are some of the concerns that as we started to look at and compare with other current modern facilities that started to raise some concerns. Then, again, as you start to provide some upgrades, you start to come into code issues. As I stated, with this building, you have some ADA concerns. That's why you have some ramps going to some of the restrooms and other areas. You start to run into some of those same processes at the police and fire headquarters, where if you are booking somebody that has ambulatory concerns, you don't have a way to get them through the bookings process. So between the two buildings, there are a number of reasons why the city could start to look at the renovation of the buildings and the way that they're handling the future progression of both the Civic Center and police and fire. And I'm going to hand it back to Chris that will take you through some of the site analysis and options that we came up with.
Thank you, Frank. So again, as I thought about the program, I think the thing that resonated to me, number one, was just from a police and fire standpoint, a lot more expectations for training today compared to 15, 20 years ago. And that drives a significant increase in the space program. So one of the questions we were ultimately asking was, if there was a way to integrate these buildings, is the way to share training space across different city government departments. Again, that way of gaining efficiency is the one thing we were always curious about. So as we go to the next slide. So the site conversation gets to, again, the need to think about different ways of what real estate is actually available. Again, if you go back to the old historic record, they were debating constrained site opportunities, 40, 50, 60 years. It's always been an issue of where do you find space for this sort of project. So we started with the scope, which talked about the Civic Center as a site, Maple Street Garage, the Farmers Market site, and then existing police and fire. These were the original framework of sites that we looked at. So as we go to the next slide, we then started to introduce a significant number of additional both vacant sites, underutilized pieces of property, as well as office buildings that have vacancy to understand what might work given the desire for either separate civic and police and fire or an integrated project. One of the key constraints that kicks this project is the amount of parking we have to require both for city employees but also secure parking for police and fire. The third twist is obviously wherever the fire headquarters is, we need space to park the fire trucks when they do their training. They bring their rig when they go to training. So having that space to park the fire trucks is another little detail we have to plan for. But the most important thing that we talk about in all this is we heard loud and clear from City Council that there was a clear desire to not buy a fully occupied, fully leased building and take it off the tax rolls. So ultimately thinking about that universe of larger sites, then buried down to a shorter list of sites that are either at this point in public ownership or would not require, again, acquisition of a building, gets us to a much smaller subset. So as we go to the next slide, narrows it down to what I'd say are three groupings of properties. Two of them, existing Civic Center, existing police and fire. Again, existing Civic Center has the room where we could do fire and police and civic if we wanted to. Again, it's probably one of the most flexible options. We do believe at this point that the existing fire and police probably not big enough to support both, but there is enough room to do a new fire and police center at that location. The second tier of sites involve a conversation with Northwestern. One of them involves McManus Hall. The other one involves a conversation either about Englehart Hall or 906 University Place. The challenge with all of these sites is that the university is currently using all of them, so therefore they would have to vacate those sites, buildings have to be torn down. So again, more complex, longer term, but also potentially options. Number three is also ultimately getting to this conversation about the farmers market site and also the Maple Street Self Park. I think one of the interesting options for the farmers market site is that allows us to connect to Maple Street and actually leverage that existing parking to meet our needs. So that becomes an intriguing idea in terms of avoiding the cost of additional public parking. So as we go to the next slide, this is probably one slide that has changed 3 times in the last year. This is information about the number of downtown office buildings and both direct vacancy and sublease space. The reality is that the downtown office market has gotten worse, more direct vacancy, but also more sublease space. We do believe that some of that sublease space is a reflection of companies just trying to take advantage of a moment and dump space if they can get away with it. We have seen companies like Underwriters Laboratories leased space downtown. So again, it's one of those moments where if you know what you need and you're willing to, there are opportunities, both for single floors, multiple floors, potentially a larger chunk of space. So this opportunity to think about both temporary space needs, again, swing space while you renovate, but also this separate conversation about moving city hall functions downtown. What does that look like? It is an option on the table. And again, I would add, just last but not least, when we talk about all these sites, we did walk downtown with economic development staff a number of times. We did not personally outreach to any building owners or property owners, strictly leveraging publicly available data from sources such as CoStar to clarify what's available, what's known to the market, but also physically what sites are big enough. So we tried to give that all-inclusive look without directly talking to the brokerage community. So we'll go to the next slide. So I guess key insights. As we think about this project, there's this reality of timing. Which projects can happen more quickly? Which projects are going to take longer? Which projects, such as fire and police, require us to phase in construction and demolition, where it's a multiple phase process? Which projects require us to get swing space, moving people out and starting a renovation process? Again, that takes more time, tends to be more expensive. We think about this notion of both capital costs, but also operating efficiencies. So people always fixate on the construction cost, but the extent to which we can deliver a platform which is less expensive in the long run, those savings add up in a big way. So for example, the integrated program is 10% less than the amount of space you have today. So it's less overall space to heat and maintain. I think city parking and the cost of parking is probably one of the biggest variables in this whole program, so our ability to leverage that cost and use existing assets rather than building new parking. Some of the sites do require secure parking for fire and police, so that distinction of public parking, parking for employees, and then structured secure parking for the police is important. Again, integrated strategies. There are definitely scenarios where we can dispose of excess land. There are scenarios where fire and police become surplus and we can sell it for private development, maybe ground lease it for development. But then last but not least, I think the broader city policy goals. Your climate action goals are pretty specific. And I think there is a question, for example, in our mind about whether if you lease space downtown, can you bring an existing office building into line with your climate action goals? Like, that's a question. And some of the office lease scenarios, you might not be able to do that, so that might start to inform choices you make on buildings. But again, if we're serious about not taking property off the tax rolls and actually putting it back on, well, that could imply strategies where we're trying to consolidate in one location, freeing up space in other locations. So again, a lot of different ways of thinking about this. But as we go to the next slide, we'll get into the brass tacks of it. Laying out these 6 different options, and we'll just go right into it, the next phase. Again, these are all meant to frame what could happen. They're obviously cost estimates based on our cost estimating team. It's obviously reflection of program, but not specifically design. None of these buildings have been designed, and in that it does inform some of the assumptions we've made. So again, option A, rebuild police and fire on the same site and renovate the Civic Center. This is probably the most expensive option. It is the most expensive option. I would stress that this one is important because you're renovating the entire Civic Center, but based on the program, you only need 60% of it. So it assumes, or it obligates you to understand if there's a partner that can take the remaining 40%. But in this scenario, you're renovating the entire building, even though you don't necessarily need it all. So again, what's the role of that? What's the purpose of that additional 40,000 square feet? How does that fit into this equation becomes important. Again, our narrative on strengths and weaknesses. One of the intangibles is fiber optic networks. Some of the sites are on the city's network, some aren't. Well, there's a cost to getting connected. And again, thinking about Civic Center access to transit, bus transit, so that thinking of bus versus train. Again, a lot of our residents live west. How do they take the bus here? Bus access becomes important. So we'll go to the next slide. Again, now we're starting to shift to a rebuild of police and fire on the current site. And then the Civic Center is going to move downtown, so this is going to be taking up an existing building. The point we would make about rebuilding police and fire HQ on its existing site is that it has to be phased. So the proposal is to close Elmwood, build a piece of the building, demolish a piece of the building, and then build new. So obviously that takes time, that staging, that cost, something we have to factor in. The reality with the downtown lease, again, this is not a conversation about temporary office space. This is moving it into a downtown building. There are a host of conversations about what floors you would get, how you handle city council meetings. Do you have a service desk on the main floor that's public accessible? Do you have floors where the public can reach? And then do you have floors where, say, it's HR and legal where the public probably isn't going to be? So how do you handle security in a multi-tenant building? And as we said before, how do you deal with the climate action element of how do you get an existing building to meet those requirements when you may only lease, again, 30, 40, 50% of it? So again, the cost starts to go down. And again, parking here, we're building secure parking for police and fire, but for this scenario, if we're downtown, we're making use of downtown parking assets, so we're not building new Civic Center parking in this one. So go to the next one, scenario C. So we're rebuilding police and fire on the farmers market site, and we're leasing Civic Center downtown. This cost actually goes down significantly, $132 million. Again, the Civic Center lease downtown, same as before. I think the beauty of the farmers market is that it gives you lots of flexibility. It gives you the ability to access the Maple Street garage for structured parking. I think the only intangible with this scenario is, since we haven't designed the building, we don't fully appreciate the cost of the parking. We'll have to make changes to the parking ramp. So there is going to be a factor that we can't anticipate at this time, but that's something to think about. So again, stepping down from C, going up to the next option, D. Rebuilding police and fire headquarters at the Civic Center and renovating the Civic Center. 136 million, so again, the cost has definitely taken a step down. The beauty of this approach is that it basically fills the space need. Like, it requires all the space in the Civic Center, and we have to build one new building adjacent to handle some of the specialized fire and police elements, training, those sorts of things would need to go in the new building next door. But it handles the need. It obviously is close to public works, so there's obviously some question or some opportunity about operational savings from having everything in the same campus. Again, we do have a parking cost in here for what it's worth. Again, part of that is secure parking for police and fire. And then option E. So option E and F are all about university sites. I think the reality with both of these is the university would have to vacate, so it adds a significant timing assumption to both. These will take longer to play out. In this case, University Place, doing integrated Civic Center, police and fire on that location. Again, we don't have to buy land, or at least we've assumed a modest land. Again, we don't know if the university will require us to buy the site from them. There's a negotiating question. Again, weaknesses in terms of timing, uncertainty. We'll need secure parking for police and fire. Again, one of the things we have to deal with on all of these sites. Again, this is not going to be on the fiber optic network, so how does that fit in? And last but not least, F. Farmers Market site, doing an integrated project on that site. Again, cost has shown the lowest cost of the options. We've already talked about most of the issues here. Again, it's the perk of this, obviously, is being able to leverage existing parking assets. And then, as Laura said, I think, I think we wanted to get feedback and questions on the scenarios, but then also reinforcing, again, we're not setting policy tonight, but the goal is to understand next steps. So what's the conversation about public engagement? And then number two, obviously a number of these sites relate to plans by Northwestern, so understanding where those things play out. But we're certainly happy to take questions at this point.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question on the options you've presented us, which, if I'm understanding correctly, do not include a combined campus on Elmwood Street. If you could speak to that.
What site on Elmwood Street specifically?
Well, that's something we had, at least theoretically conceptualized about creating a municipal campus on Elmwood with the existing, the existing property that we own, and maybe acquiring some additional property there on Elmwood.
Oh, sorry. Police and fire. Sorry, I lost my boundaries there for a second. So I think the limitation with the existing police and fire site, there is an older apartment building to the west, which would probably allow you to get to an integrated project. As it stands, the option requires you to vacate Elmwood, and then there is a small one business that would be between Elmwood and the railroad tracks that have to be acquired. But the site is just very tight from a phasing standpoint. I think the main weakness of it is just the needing to build, demolish, and build. And then I think parking is also a debate for a total project.
All right, so essentially that option is off the table at this point.
I think if I apply the logic of past city councils, and I look at an underutilized older building, it's like, well, you could buy that building and make that happen. I think it's just we decided that wasn't going to be a preferential option for that reason.
Okay, thanks. I do have some additional comments, but if I'll defer to my colleagues if anybody has any questions for the presenters. All right, well, I'll keep rolling again. All right, so I think I can safely say that there is consensus on the council that we can't continue business as usual in this building or at the police and fire headquarters. So we're going to have to make some very important and costly decisions fairly soon. And I appreciate the methodical process we are undertaking to inform the city council with valuable information from consultants, and also taking some time to design and construct an effective public engagement process, because that's important here as well. So we're not talking tonight about which one of these options we prefer. What we're talking tonight about is, how do we, is the necessity of undertaking this process, and how do we get to where we need to go. I want to talk a minute about this building and point out that, setting aside any repairs that this building might need, even if this building was state-of-the-art in top-notch condition, it's more than twice the size that we need. So we are not doing our jobs as fiduciaries for the city of Evanston if we are not contemplating some significant changes to our approach with regards to this building. On top of that, the building does need some work. How much is that going to cost is a separate conversation, but just the size of this building itself indicates that some change is required. Our police and fire headquarters, conversely, is much smaller than we need, and is not befitting a city like Evanston. It's not what we need. So we need to do something new there. In addition to the operational aspects, having a new police and fire headquarters will help with recruiting as we attempt to get the ranks in our police department up to where we need them to be. So I'm excited about the possibility of making some significant changes moving forward. I want to emphasize the decision has not been made yet. And so I just want to run through briefly the factors that I will be considering, and I'd like to make sure that we are taking input on these factors as we engage in the public engagement process. 4 factors, as I boil them down: operational needs, financial needs, other city council priorities, and some emotional considerations as well. So operational needs really kind of align with our public safety goal. And I'm referring to our very important list of city council priorities. We want to make sure that the places that we end up in are functional, both from the perspective of the employees, but also the visitors. So as we undertake this process, I'd like to see more data on how these facilities are used. We can do some public surveys on that. We also can look at Placer AI data and evaluate where people are coming from when they come to the Civic Center, where they go to when they're leaving, how long they stay here. Whatever data we can dig up is going to be informative there. The next lens is the financial lens, which clearly aligns with our finance priority. Whatever we do is not going to be cheap, so we need to make sure we're spending this money wisely. I want to make sure we fully consider all options, kind of similar to the conversation we had about Harley Clark. Let's keep everything on the table. There seems to have been a little bit of steering away from public-private partnerships. I want to make sure those are explicitly on the table. If there's a way we can use somebody else's money to help us get where we need to go, that's something we need to be aware of, so we can consider. I also want to note that we'll be selling, theoretically, some property as well, so that will reduce the net cost. I heard my time expire, so I'll wrap up quickly. Other city council priorities that weigh in here or factor in our economic development. I'm going to save comment on that one for our next item. Climate action, you've mentioned. That's something we need to be aware of throughout this process. The question of how to get downtown existing office buildings to be more CARP compliant. it's going to exist whether we are in them or not. So that may or may not change anything. Affordable housing is something to be aware of as well, and not explicitly part of this discussion, but it would, come into play if, and I am emphasizing if, we move out of this facility. Affordable housing is going to have to be on the radar for a potential future use here. And last but not least, emotional considerations. Nostalgia and sentiment are important. Like, if we move out of here, I'm going to miss it. How much is that worth? Hard to put a dollar amount on. So I want to acknowledge that there is some validity to how people feel, but I'm going to remind myself, and I would like to remind everyone else, to not come to an emotional conclusion and then try and justify it with cherry-picked data. Let's acknowledge the emotional aspect for what it is, but make a decision based not only on how we feel about it, but what the quantitative facts tell us as well. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Kelly, followed by Reed.
Yeah. So any of the plans, what's the implementation timeline, and how does that match up with the proposed 15-year lease of office space?
The lease, which is a separate item to be considered tonight, is a 15-year lease with a 7-year opt-out period. Those two timeframes align with pretty much all of the decisions and options. So if you figure that we would be renovating this building, building a new building, those are things that, if we are expeditious, are going to be 5 to 7 year processes. And so we would be able to end our lease and move into those buildings. If you're looking at the option to rent office space downtown, or another option that's been raised by at least one council member to me on the side, is what if we do a combined building, but we phase it. And so we do the police fire headquarters right away, but then we do a second phase for the Civic Center, and we separate these phases a little in order to spread out our financial commitments. That's where you get more to the 15 years. So when we looked at SP3 and that lease negotiation, we kept the ideas in mind, like how do we get to a lease options that give us the flexibility to make any decision that's on the table.
Okay, thank you. And then one additional question. Talk about the importance of having access to the Civic Center from various parts of town, but have we, and Luke, this may be more a Luke Stowe question, have we looked at ways to increase access to government services that don't involve residents coming to the Civic Center, but rather bringing Civic Center services to residents? You and I had talked about replicating what the library did with the bookmobile, or putting payment stations in city facilities that exist now. Have we looked at whether it would be more cost effective, in addition to all of the online things that people can do and all the work from home that employees can do, to bring those types of services to neighborhoods rather than trying to limit our search to places where they are accessible from those neighborhoods?
Good evening, Councilmember Suffredin. Thank you for the question. You and I had a brief conversation about the concept of a bookmobile or something like that, where you're bringing services in a mobile fashion throughout the community, in addition to Civic Center operations. We did add a payment kiosk several weeks ago here at the Civic Center, and we would look to potentially add additional kiosks throughout the city. And then also our 3-on-1 team, especially in recent years, has done a lot more of activities in the field where we're bringing certain 301 services out into the community.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. What is the what's the excess of square footage in the Civic Center? I say it was like 40%, but what is that? Just
it was roughly about 40,000 square feet.
40,000 square feet of space that's not used?
Correct. Okay. Based on the future intended use and operational efficiencies.
Based on future intended use.
Correct.
But currently, what are we using?
Right now, you're using all of it.
with some exception for lease space down on the first floor, I believe, if that's still correct.
We have everything except we have 2 lease spaces, one to Robin Gable and one to League of Women Voters, I believe.
And the license.
Yes. We took our space that we typically have been using for early voting, and we have converted that to a pop-up driver's license facility for the Secretary of State.
Okay, so it's all being used, but you said how many square feet? I'm sorry. You said for future, you expect it to be reduced by how much?
40,000 square feet. So it's all being used because when you talk about direct use and then an efficiency or a grossing factor, that is things like the width of your hallways, the restrooms, just generally there's always a certain amount of direct office space and then miscellaneous stuff. And in this particular building, the way that the offices are laid out currently, the rooms are laid out in the extra wide hallways. We are using the 100 and some thousand square feet when we could be getting away with 40,000 less square feet if we had a more efficient layout.
Okay, thank you. So, I think there is something else that we all agree on, and that is that we certainly need to improve the maintenance, upkeep, and of our buildings. And, I'm deeply concerns me, and I know many residents, that because we have not been doing a great job of that, not even on really maintaining records of that, that we're now just moving out. And this is a building, there was a referendum. This is a great building for a civic center. This is a beautiful, chambers. I don't know what, we're going to be looking at going into. The chambers are certainly in pretty good shape. Much of the building is in good shape. And my sense from this latest version of the AECOM report, I would still love to see the original. I've been asking for that. That came out in early October. This looks like a gut rehab. We certainly don't need to rehab this entire building. So I'm concerned about the cost, the proposed cost to rehab the building. I'm also concerned, that we're going to be distracted again by, that shiny new object, building new building. We've done that so often. At exorbitant prices, square footage prices, and we're going to end up potentially increasing our debt by tens of millions of unnecessary dollars. I do believe that I would like to see it further researched, a phase in for this building. I'd also like to, I've worked extensively with folks that represent and work with the IRA, with the Inflation Reduction Act, and we can get 40% of the costs covered to install a geothermal HVAC, and this is perfect property for that because of the horizontal grounds around it. The same with noise. That should absolutely be looked at, and that should be figured into this, like this is an option, and that's available to us. We have to expend very little this year in tangible costs to get that 40% covered. So I certainly want to see us make any decisions without having that information brought to us as to take into consideration. So I think, what I want to see is us, end this cycle of, we need to address the problem of maintenance and upgrading and upkeeping our facilities. And we shouldn't just be simply moving along with the same infrastructure that got us to this place now and just simply buy a new building. And it's the same, it's like Chandler's and buying a new building for our park program. People have weighed in on surveys saying that is their number one interest in seeing the city invest in maintaining our existing structures. So this is a beautiful building. It's got so many attributes. People poured out, in 2007 to say, keep this. We love this. It's got grounds, parking. It's very special. And I've talked to many staff who are really dismayed at the idea, who love it here, who don't want to move into a, very sort of sterile, office building space, who really love the irregularity. And so I think, less than half of staff is really here on any given day, and on Fridays even less. So it's hard for me to understand why we can't do a phase in. And I guess I just, from people I've spoken to, engineers and architects also outside of the city who've toured this from head to toe, I don't see why we can't figure that piece out. So that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Wynn.
Thank you. I certainly have more comments regarding SP3, but to SP21, thank you to the team. Really thorough presentation, so that really helpful there. I have one question that was brought up during public comment that I think is relevant to this discussion. So the public commenters from CABG said that that there is $63 million worth of renovations at the Civic Center at roughly $650 per square foot. However, office renovations around Chicago are less than half this price, around $200 to $250 per square foot. Now, I haven't been able to independently verify these numbers, and I don't know if anything was provided, but do you have any general response to, does that sound right? $200 to $250 per square foot for renovations, and maybe an explanation as to why the renovations here would be $650 per square foot.
Sure, Councilmember. Typically, when you would do an interior renovation to an existing building, you're assuming that the existing HVAC is in good condition, the building envelope's in good condition, and you're really providing the updates to the interior. So when you start to drill down into some of the costs around $200 a square foot, you're talking about more or less interior renovations of pretty typical office types of spaces. As we started looking at the costs associated with this building, we were considering the climate action goals, so we were considering zero carbon emissions, so an all-electric based system, which is a major upgrade, and then you start to look at the HVAC costs. Some of the specialty conditions that you're seeing here with an existing older building, which requires potentially modifications or replacement of structural elements, shoring of exterior walls, and we also assume that we're bringing it up to a typical modern office facility. As you start to play all those things into it, while trying to maintain the existing structure and frame as much of the building integrity as you can, the costs do start to increase when you look at a comparison between a building of historic nature like this versus a typical downtown Evanston or downtown Chicago office renovation. So that's where you're seeing that discrepancy between the fit out and renovation costs. We're also considering replacement of all the windows, tuck pointing, improvement to the roof, because my understanding is that there are some issues with rainwater, migration and handling. So there are a lot of items, Councilmember Reed, that we're taking into consideration that you wouldn't typically account for in a standard office fit out.
Thank you. Really helpful there. And then last question on SP2 specifically that I have, or really not a question, just I want to share this. I presume your team, you're not architects or designers, so you're not going to be designing likely the new building. But as you're looking at spaces, I don't want us to forget conversations that were really prevalent. I'm thinking back to the years 2017 through 2020, when we, were really discussing policing quite a bit in our community, and a combined civic center with police and fire. I just want to make sure that the space is conducive to ensure that residents still feel comfortable coming to the civic center, even with the police department being located in the same space. And just as we look for locations if we do go down the unified route, and I know that's not exactly, we're not making decisions here tonight, but I think as we consider spaces, we really need to consider a space, if we go down the unified route, that will be conducive to allowing us to create an atmosphere that does not discourage some residents from interacting with the City Hall. Thank you.
And that is also a good and valid point. As we were looking at the unified options, in particular, when we were looking at the current site and location, we were considering the opportunities to have separate entrances so that it provided everybody with the same feeling of comfort to seek civil services, as opposed to any concerns with going past a police and fire building.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, first I had a question about the fiber optic
issue. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I think we flagged it as a variable. I think certain buildings are already connected to the private network for the city. Obviously, if we build in a new location, some work would have to be done to make sure that the fiber optic network can be connected to that new location.
So is that a significant cost to add that, for instance, at the farmer's market or 906 University Place? Those are the two I can quickly find that don't.
I think at this point we don't know. But obviously that's a conversation with you, the local utilities, to understand how difficult that is. To me, it doesn't seem that big of a concern, but it hasn't been investigated.
Okay, right. Well, thank you for this thorough study. I do appreciate it. I think that the concerns that I have are some of what Councilmember Newsmo was talking about is to the extent that we can, as you've described here, use building space that we already have, meaning our Maple Avenue parking garage. I think that that's critically important. I do think that being able to bring the city government activities closer to mass transit, to within a quarter mile of the Davis Street Transit Hub is critically important. Whether the police and fire and the Civic Center join in one building, I think I'm neutral on. I don't have an opinion. I think it's up to what works best. I understand the reason why we need to move out of this building in order to decide whether we're going to renovate it or not. We all took a tour and heard about the fact that we have elevators in only one portion of the building, and how could you renovate safely and effectively if you only have elevators in one portion of the building and bathrooms in only one portion of the building. So that makes sense to me, with a number of other things that you listed. So I agree that there is some sentimental value to this building. I've been here the longest, but I also recognize that being here the longest means I've heard about the problems for the longest amount of time too. And with any older building, the renovation is significant. So I'd like us to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible and forward-looking in terms of what is work going to be like. And as Councilmember Suffredin said, what are the functions of government that people are going to be doing remotely, or that we bring out to them? And I think that's happening more and more. Looking at the numbers of the citizens who come to visit, who come for any particular reason to the Civic Center, I was surprised at how low it was in the study. That's not necessarily on a big planned unit development night, but that number, I'm sure, has dropped precipitously over the last decade. And so our uses need to change too. That's all for now. Yes.
Post-pandemic, the information that we've been able to pull off of Placer, also we used to, right after the pandemic, we took counts for a couple years. Mm-hmm. And really we're seeing on average, depending on the year and the month of the year, it's around 60 visits per day.
Yes, I know that, and that struck me as being remarkably lower than I would have expected. But I mean, it's still 60 people who want to come to the Civic Center, but it's not nearly the 100 or 200 that I had expected to be here. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councilmember Ravel, followed by Harris.
Well, thank you very much for all this detailed information to help us make what's going to be a very important and very expensive decision. I'm going to I'm one of the people who speaks to the emotional aspect of leaving this building, because I do love being here, and I've been coming here for a long time, even prior to my being on the city council. So, but I am open to making whatever decision makes the best sense for the community. I do have to say, that in 2007, I was a strong supporter of the referendum to stay in the building and fix it up, and I was delighted that that the voters approved the referendum. I have to mention that it was an overwhelming yes vote, but it was not even 5,000 voters. So I don't want us to think that it was everybody in the community that advocated for that decision. But then since then, obviously it's 17 years later, the building has deteriorated significantly since then. So the need to, revisit that whole decision, I think, is really, really important for us today. I think, I guess I just want to make sure that the community knows, though, that we're definitely going to be embarking on a major community engagement process to let residents weigh in on what they value about the community center, what their options would be. So we're not making a decision tonight. What we're saying is we need to move forward with evaluating all the possible options and making the best decision that we can for the community. So I'm looking forward to I liked the issues that staff put in the memo of things that we might engage the community in giving us feedback on. So I think we need to really move forward with that community engagement process.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Hedekais.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive report. I am dismayed that we had a referendum in 2007 and we haven't moved on it. And that's something that this council is now being ridiculed for. So whatever we decide today, even though it's for discussion, we need to act and we need to hold accountability to getting things done, because it gets kicked down the road, just like maintenance. I know we want to fuss about maintenance, but as a council, I don't know that we held anybody's feet to the fire. So as we blame staff as a council, we need to, and it wasn't me in 2007, but I'll accept responsibility for my counterparts, that we didn't do and hold the fire and make it a priority ourselves. So we have to set priorities. We have to make the tough decisions. We have to get community input. But once we get that, we have to act and move on things. And I get it. Things happen. But as a council, that is our duty to make sure that once we get direction and agree or disagree with it, that there's action that follows. There's emotion in the thoughts of this building, but as one of my council members said, there's always another building. So I'm getting mixed messages when I hear that, but I understand the emotions of it. I am an Evanstonian, and I will keep saying that every single time, born and raised. So it's a difference for when people come and what they thought it is and what it is. So again, I think our duty as a council is to make sure whatever we vote on before we leave this seat, it is in action. We know it won't be built before the next election, but we can say this needs to happen and make sure that it happens. That is what our duty is, and to listen to the community the best that we can, knowing other information, and make the best decision. So I'm torn. This building is named after a very good family friend. Do we carry that name with us to a new spot? And that's something that is important to me and to the part of the community that I represent. As a black female, that is so important that we name this building after a black, strong female in Evanston. So what is our legacy going to be? Are we going to carry that name? And all of the thoughts that surround that is what I grapple with on a daily basis to help make the best decision for the city and help set priorities and hold us all accountable. Because whenever we point the finger, I've always been told there's 3 more pointing back. So when we say staff didn't do something, we as a council, what did we make them do or not make or have them do? So I just want us to think about that as we continue this discussion with the community, and really get deep and thoughtful insight, not just, it's always been there, we like it or we don't like it. I'm not in favor of renting. I don't understand a city that rents anything. We are the city, we don't rent. So, but that's where I stand on things. So I'm open for this discussion and I look forward to it continuing.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I just want to second what people have said about community engagement on this final decision as we go forward. I have a newsletter queued up for tomorrow that has a link to the study, which I think has been incredibly helpful for myself. I've probably read it, I don't know, 3-4 times, and I still don't have my mind made up as to what I think is the best option. I think it's something we'll have to talk about with our constituents. I will second what Councilmember Newsma said about nostalgia and feelings. Nostalgia can be awfully expensive. So I think we should keep that in mind when we make decisions and not try to be too tied to the building. Me personally, the thing I love most about this area is not the building, it's the trees outside and the open space. And that's something I'm not willing to give up or sell. The building itself is a building. It's beautiful, but it really needs a lot of care. And I, think our next step is to get out of here. But I urge everyone to read that report and, feel free to chime in on their feelings. Thanks.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 1 minute, 5 seconds left.
Thank you. So I do think there is urgency to look at the police headquarters. I just want to put that out there. I'm all about talking about that and what we need to move forward to improve that situation. I am concerned that we aren't really being presented with an option for rehab and a phase in rehab and looking at those IRA grants that we can access for HVAC, looking at historical tax credits, which can save another, huge sum of money for us. This isn't being presented to us. And I'm, looking at fiscal accountability and fiscal responsibility. Also, there is a love for this building and respecting the residents and that this is a great space with great green space around it. So I don't think we're moving right now with enough information in front of us. We need to see all that. We need to see how a potential phased in rehab could look, not a total gut job. That's what we're looking at right now. Is in essence, the $63 million is really like a total gut rehab. We don't need that in the Civic Center. And we aren't being presented with that. And then to think that we're actually talking about, that Daniel, this is fast forward to this idea of we're going to vote tonight to commit to a 15-year lease. With one fell swoop. This is just reckless. I'm sorry. So I would like to see us come back with those options. I'm happy to introduce people to the necessary people to make the connections for the for geothermal grants from the feds in the IRA grants. There's also historical tax credits. We need to be considering those. We need to care about our residents. This would be far less costly. We're talking about investing millions now annually to rent, and I agree with my Councilmember Harris, instead of investing that in maintaining the buildings. We really need to end this cycle of neglect of the buildings that we own and really start to do, repair them, maintain them, the buildings that we currently have, and not just run from a mess that, that's been neglected. And so I think we need more information. I know we need more information before proceeding to make any kind of decision like this, let alone talking about voting tonight to sign a lease. So thank you.
There's still no one signed up to speak for the first. Councilmember Burns.
If Sean Cholik is available, I believe he's the staff person that can help us understand how our approach to maintaining our buildings and keeping maintenance records has changed over the last year or two.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Clerk Mendoza, Sean Cholik, Manager of Facilities and Fleet Management. So yes, just to respond back to your comment or your question, Councilmember Burns. So I want to clarify that the building is being maintained. It's just, I think what we've been lacking is regular capital improvements and upgrades into the building. So, everything that these gentlemen have talked about in their report and everything that Laura's been bringing up, a lot of it's very,
very correct. And, it's just a matter of, the building's being maintained, but we have lacked putting capital improvements into it. So there's building systems that are old, they need to be upgraded. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Does that mean it's not doable? Everything is doable, but it just, it matters, whatever direction the council decides is what, how we would go about doing it, so.
And how would you, how would you say our maintenance records have improved, our ability to understand at any point how much money we're spending in maintenance costs?
Sure. So our maintenance records have improved dramatically. We've gotten staff in place that, are able to help us keep those records in place, document, keep track of how much we're spending on materials, how much we're spending on labor in-house. We've got systems in place to keep track of what we're spending on vendor services. Is it a perfect system? No, we've still got a lot of work to do, and we're making improvements every day in that record keeping. But we have made great strides, and now we're at a point where we can look at 2023 and say, here's what we spent for each facility in maintenance and for repairs and maintenance, in material costs and labor costs, and we can see that across the board for all the different facilities in the city. So there has been big progress made there.
And what improvements would you say still need to be made?
So I think we just need to tighten up, some of our internal systems. We've got some new people that we brought on board. We've seen what's working the last year. We're seeing where we're lacking, some details. We got to get a little bit better system in place for actually combining the two systems, our CMMS program, which keeps track of the labor, and then our material costs are all kind of kept separate. So finding a way to integrate those is going to help us big time to have it all in one spot. One of the things that I think is going to help in that respect is this new CMMS program that was approved for the vertical assets for facilities. We're hoping that it's going to be a much better program than the one that we currently have in place, and will make it easier to keep track of all that.
And considering that our kind of primary role is to appropriate funds, do you believe that you have what you need from us to continue to realize improvements in this management system? Is there anything that we can do to help?
So I think what we need is, across the board for all the facilities. We have approximately 60 facilities. I think what we need to do is, we've worked on this CMMS program for a year. We're keeping better records. I think what we need the most is time to kind of dig into it some more, try to determine exactly, which systems need to be addressed, how to address them best, things like that.
Okay. I saw Councilmember Kelly, I think, had her light on. I was going to talk about something else, but if you have questions for Sean while he's up here, you can proceed. If you're being acknowledged.
I have a quick question, but there's something else.
So you're very much at the back of the line. So we'll get to you, or you can include Councilmember Kelly as a part of your questions.
What do I have left?
You have 3:48 left.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just to keep it in order and consecutive. You sure? All right. Okay, that's all I have, Sean. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think that's important. I want to remind the public that as your corporate, as the city's corporate authorities, we have the ability to do that, right? Like if we have a concern about how something is being operated, we can invite the staff up to learn more. And then from there, I would really encourage community members to then encourage their council member, if there's an area where we can improve, to make it plain, right? And instead of going in circles about what is or isn't happening, let's get to the bottom of it. And then it's our job, as Councilmember Harris alluded to then act, right, to take action, right? So that's the way, if this is done kind of orderly and without chaos and hyperbole, things should go, in my opinion.
which is why I wanted to provide an opportunity for Sean to, again, make it plain for all of us, and hopefully that was helpful. I'm excited for the opportunity to, no matter what we do, to build out a facility that I think would make the Evanston residents proud, that would dramatically improve the work environment for our many staff, and I'm excited about that opportunity. And I think, depending on who you talk to and what end of the argument they're on, 17 years is either a long time or not enough time, right? And 5,000 people is just right or not enough, right? So I would also encourage community members to be a little bit more thoughtful about any suggestions that a referendum conducted 17 years ago should completely overwhelm and take precedent over developing information that we've received more recently, but also periodically throughout that 17-year time frame. And an exercise that we did on the Reimagining Public Safety Committee, I had the privilege of chairing one of our working groups, what we really said is, look, we want to think about what is if we didn't have a kind of a public safety strategy, how would we create it in, I think, 2023? But how would we create it today? And from that discussion, we came up with the Community Responder Program, which everybody up here is familiar with because in this last budget, we funded the program. We haven't launched it, but we've set aside the funding to do it. I don't think we would have reached that point if we didn't think outside the box. Again, if we had nothing in place, how would we design it? That's what I'm most excited about with this discussion. We have the ability we're a $400 million organization. We have the ability to partner. We have the ability to take on leverage where it's appropriate. And so I think the financial aspect we should be able to figure out as the financial stewards for the city. What I think should drive our discussion and public discussion is, if we didn't have a civic center, what is the best arrangement for it? Best location, and how would we design the facilities to accommodate the needs of our residents and staff? That's what I'm most excited about exploring, along with the public, which I believe hopefully we can. I don't know if that's part of this discussion or the next one. I think it's this one, but hopefully you're getting enough direction, Luke, to engage, to start the next step, which is community engagement. I think we're all supportive of that and would like that to start immediately. Thank you, Mayor.
So now and forevermore, there will be nobody seeking to speak for the first time. So continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Reed with 2.5 minutes left.
I reserve comment.
Okay, at this time, the only other person asking to speak for the second time is Councilmember Nusma, whose time has lapsed, so I'll ask you to be pretty quick in your comment, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to talk about where do we go from now, and talk about timeline. I don't want this discussion to drag on forever. I would like to make a decision on what our long-term strategy is going to be before the year ends. So as we consider the public engagement portion here, I want to focus on community education and information sharing, and also needs assessment. So I'm thinking we do some kind of online survey that is very different than just one question: should we stay or should we go? I would like the survey to be constructed about what to help us understand what the community wants and needs in a civic center. I think it might be helpful if it wouldn't cost too much to put together a short video that kind of walks through the tour that most of the council members had of this facility to show some of the issues that we have with this building. And so are we looking at some town halls, one or two? I certainly plan to cover this at a ward meeting. Maybe we could do a combined ward meeting with one or two, two or three different wards to make it easier on staff. But in terms of timeline, I'm thinking, starting, this spring into the early summer for the public engagement. Kind of in parallel, we'll have to be compiling some data on what our options are going to be. Is that an RFP process? Understanding that we want to, make sure we are leaving no stone unturned with regards to public-private partnerships. Do we do an REI process, which might shed some light on this? I'm not sure. I don't have answers to these questions. But I'm targeting, in my mind, I'll just throw this out, that by September of this year, we have all the information we need from the market, from the community, and we make a decision in September of this year so that we can then budget for the following years. Thanks.
This time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly. Like Councilmember Newsom, your time is up, so I'll ask you to be as quick as you can in your comment.
Thank you. Okay, so first I am really glad to know that the record keeping is improving, because my last meeting I was told that we don't have records beyond 2 years on our facilities and maintenance, so that was a great concern. So this is good news, and I deeply appreciate Sean Cholik's work. I think, what we've seen is, I've toured this building now a couple times, and that we haven't been carrying forward with the necessary upgrades. And my understanding in discussing with council members who've been here for a while is those didn't come to council to vote on them. So I don't know the chain of command exactly how this works, but clearly this is an area that's been neglected. However that chain of command works, like about accessibility ramps, for example, that never came to council to vote on up or down. So we haven't been given the information we need to really move forward with the necessary upgrades on our public facilities. That needs to change immediately. Immediately. We need to turn that around. And again, I'm very glad we're going to have better record keeping. So kudos on that. And again, I'm going to say we shouldn't be doing anything until we have more complete information as to what a phase-in could look. This looks like a gut job. On page, I think it's page 4, let's see, I think it's the conceptual design section, it lists 80 stalls, bathroom stalls in here. Why would we, 80? I mean, why 80 stalls?
It's based on plumbing code, the building
It's based on what? 80?
Yeah, I don't know the number offhand, but all of the plumbing requirements are based on building code and the end user.
Right, so that suggests a total, like I said, and that's not what we need in this building. So we're not being presented with the accurate cost. I think the accurate cost for what you've written about, that's why I would also like to see, all the versions that you've provided to our staff. We need to see what that would look like. If we did a phase-in with just repairing and upgrading the parts of the building that need to be upgraded, what that could potentially look like. And again, all the added grants that we can get to upgrade in a green way our HVAC system, none of that's in here. So we really aren't informed. We really will not be making an informed decision tonight with regard to a lease, or if we simply base our decision on this right now, what we're going to do with the building going forward. So, thank you.
Back to second cracks, Councilmember Harris with 1.5 minutes left.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in with what my fellow council member said about hosting the town halls. I think it would be great to be here to do those, and I don't know that we can let people in certain places, but if we have imaging to say this is what this looks like, this is why this isn't accessible, to be in the physical place makes a difference in doing those types of things. Having a construction degree, rehabbing is the hardest thing to do with the structure. It's better to tear things down and start over, but being creative is what is necessary in Evanston. It's about creativity and how do we make things work and work for us, not against us. So we just have to figure that out. And I think this is for discussion. That's what we're doing here, to further help staff know how to move forward. I believe they're competent. Sean, I hope I wasn't slamming. I said that it was on us. I don't want anybody to walk away, hurt feelings. Well, I really don't care, but that wasn't what I was saying. I just want to be clear about that. If feelings deserve to be hurt, they deserve to be hurt. But that most definitely was not what I was saying. I was saying the onus lies on us when things don't get done. It always lies on, heavy the head that wears the crown. And up here, this is the crown. So we have to be accountable as well. So that's all I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the request from council members to speak. First of all, I want to thank you all. Very, very significant amount of information. Like Councilmember Hedekades, I learned a lot from the written report, from this conversation. I just want to thank the team for the very detailed amount of work. I want to echo Councilmember Nusma's suggestion that we wrap this in time for an answer to inform the 2025 city budget. I think it's right. There's a very clear, strong consensus that the decision about where the seat of city government should be is one that's made with a lot of public discussion and engagement. I do want to stress that in addition to that, we need to continue digging into the options. So what we're presenting to the community is as broad a suite of realistic options as possible, and B, as much detail on those options as we can give so that people are giving really informed direction to us. And I would just end on a personal note by recommending that we continue to keep a super open mind. For example, I think I'm at this time in a strong minority up here and believing that, we're not Philadelphia. We don't need a iconic city hall that is a kind of architecturally unique kind of monument to democracy that symbolizes the public sector. We're a smaller, humbler town, and I'd be interested in making a pragmatic decision that is responsive to the financial realities of the various options, whether that's buying or renting, or whether it's this address or a different address, whether it's a joint space or not. I think we're about to embark on a complex and difficult and expensive project, and I think being as pragmatic as possible and open-minded as possible about the options will serve us well throughout that. But again, thank you so much. It's been a very helpful discussion.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. This brings us now to the much alluded to SP3. Is there a motion relative to item SP3?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP3, which is Resolution 9R24, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for a lease at 909 Davis Street for office space to house city hall functions.
Second. Councilmember Nusma moves passage of Resolution 9-R-24. Councilmember Hedekades, is that right? Seconds. We begin with Councilmember Kelly, followed by Reed.
Okay, I wrote to you, I'm still concerned that you did not in any way identify the manner by which this topic was going to be taken up this evening. Items 1 and 2, you said they were for discussion, but then 3, you left it vague, and I know you do a lot of special orders of business, Daniel, but I do think you're obligated to let us know, is this an action item or not? And you didn't within the 5 days. And I'm sorry, these are really serious. When you choose to bypass the normal process of having and for this, it's such a huge decision, not vetted through committees, but to do this, but not tell us whether it's an action item or for discussion, I think you have to leave this as a discussion item. Even if you say, well, it's not mentioned in there. I mean, a lot of things aren't written in there, but that certainly is understood, that you should be explicit in what the special order of business is, and you were not on this one. The first 2 you were, but not on this one. You left it vague. You just said lease.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Yeah, I don't think this should be an action item this evening, based on your failure to indicate what the manner in which this measure would be taken up.
Was that a question?
That's a request that this not be removed as an action item, that you didn't properly inform us.
So I reject the request. You're right that my email referred to the fact that there's absolutely nothing in the city rule that I complied with as always regarding notice to council of special orders of business, that my email to you guys say whether it's action item or discussion item. But hold on, let's back up. This is on the agenda as an action item because of a discussion that happened in an executive session that all of you were at. So let me ask a different question. Are there other people up here who were taken aback that this is an action item, who feel that I've done something inappropriate, who feel surprised, who don't feel like they were a part of the decision that led us here tonight? If so, then I think it's appropriate for this to not be an action item. Is there anybody else who's concerned that we shouldn't be doing this as an action item because you guys were not in the loop properly? Okay, Councilmember Kelly, please go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that we made a decision then in closed session, and I'm very concerned about that decision. One council member walked out because he felt we were violating OMA, and since you've brought it up, the closed session, and I also agree. I think we also violated OMA. We gave direction to execute a contract with, that's an exclusive contract where that company stands to gain hundreds of thousands of dollars. And to have, and in fact, I don't understand how, so I think it's very problematic that we're moving forward on this as an action item based on a decision that was taken in closed session. I think we're in clear violation of OMA on that. And I think we did take a final decision. We directed. I didn't, and one council member walked out since you brought it up. And our city manager, council never authorized our city manager publicly to execute this contract. That should have been discussed. This should have been brought to the public. In fact, when I look at the contract, I don't understand why JLL was signing it all the way back in July. JLL signed this contract, and this has been released because I know members of the public have FOIA'd it. JLL signed the contract in July. So this was in the works way back when, but never discussed publicly. So I think this whole thing is extremely problematic. And now, rather than have it go through committee, you're, bum rushing this as your specialty, special order of business in a resolution. So it's one fell swoop. We're going to commit taxpayers total upheaval of the Civic Center, moving us out for, 15 months, millions of dollars that could be spent renovating just like that. Yeah, I think it's extremely problematic, and I'm very sorry. Your sacred relationship, it's funny how you carry out that sacred relationship that you mentioned in the press with your residents, because this certainly doesn't show respect to them.
We'll move on, but I just want to be very clear in case anyone is misguidedly paying attention to this. This is not a close call. This is not a gray area. There's no adjacency between what occurred and an OMA violation. It was within my right to just stick this on the agenda and not talk to anybody. That's legal. Wouldn't have been the right thing to do. It wouldn't have been the responsible way to act. So I didn't do that. Instead, we went to executive session and had a conversation. In that conversation, we didn't make a binding decision, which would have been an OMA violation. Instead, the council, in near consensus, by the way, gave me and our staff direction. And as a result of that direction, I exercised my right to put this on the agenda as a special order of business. That's just how the law works, and it's not within a million miles of an OMA violation. Councilmember Reed, followed by Nusma.
Thank you. As someone who shares concerns about potential OMA violation, I would say that this is the one part that clearly would not be the violation of OMA. I'm the council member who was not fond of some of the discussions that we had there. And I think it's more related to items not directly pertaining to the lease, because that is the one thing we are authorized to discuss in executive session. My concerns, so one, I just want to validate, I do think residents are not misguided to be concerned about potential OMA violations, although I don't think this particular item is. My main concern with item SP3 is the long-term nature of the lease, which is 15 years. I think that is a
too long. I think, even as was stated by, I think, Chief Bureau Engineer Laura Biggs earlier, that, if we were to go down the route of constructing a new facility, a new civic center, even a unified one, that we're looking at about a 5 to 7 year turnaround, which I think is reasonable. And so, I'll ask a question that was posed in public comment earlier, which is, the question from CABG folks was, if the Civic Center is renovated or is built at a new location within the 15-year period, Evanston must pay an opt-out of $9 million, which I'm under the understanding that it's $8 million. Is this figure being considered against any phased rehab of the Civic Center? And really, let me rephrase that, because I think we've gotten an answer to the phased rehab question, which is, we have elevators on one side of the building. We have bathrooms all primarily located on one half of the building, particularly the public-facing restrooms. So I understand a phased rehab, but so is the $8 or $9 million being considered against us just remaining in this building for another 5 years and maybe making needed improvements to make sure that the building can last in that period? So I guess that is to potentially Laura or Manager Stowe.
Thanks. And let me pause and say that I think actually we kind of jumped the gun here. I think staff had a presentation that is at least partially responsive to those questions. So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to staff, and when they're done, Councilmember Reed will give the floor back to you to continue questions.
I'd like to reclaim my time then. Go ahead, I'm joking. Partially.
No, you're not. Okay. Good evening, members of the council. Clerk Mendoza stepped away. I'm Paul Zalmazak, Economic Development Manager. First of all, before I jump into the slide deck, a few notes I want to read. So we're here tonight to review the letter of intent and seek authority from you to grant the city manager authority to negotiate and execute a lease. The letter of intent that's before you tonight is basically a draft term sheet, as I would describe it. It is open for further negotiation. We could do that at the dais tonight. We can do it next week. We can do it for the next 6 months. I'd advise against the 6-month kind of process, but the terms of that lease or of that letter of intent, it hasn't been executed. Luke Stowe has not, the city manager has not signed it. That's why we're here tonight to talk about that. We'll execute it with your authority tonight with changes to it, or you tell us to come back at a future date with the letter of intent. We've also invited members of Jones Lang LaSalle, JLL. Steve Spinell will take the podium and answer some questions you have in a moment. And by the way, the 15-year lease, I think it's important to stress up front so we can kind of move through this conversation. Again, it's a number, it's a common number in office leases. We don't need to do a 15-year lease. We can talk about that. We're trying to balance kind of the having low upfront cost, meaning how much can we get from the building owner, from the landlord, upfront in terms of build-out cost, furniture, et cetera, with minimal out-of-pocket costs. And that's easier to do when you have a longer-term lease. So I just wanted to stress that. Now let's quickly go through this, and then we'll have the conversation. As you saw, if you read the letter of intent, these are the highlights. It's a total of around 53,000 square feet. First floor service desk, and I'll go through a stacking plan in a minute. Parking leased within the building, a minimum of 11 spaces. An average annual occupancy cost over the 15 years is $2.4 million. That includes tax payments, which in kind of a strange way, we are paying ourselves back $100,000 a year in taxes because the total bill would be around $500,000. We, at this point, our JLL team has negotiated a $2.9 million rent abatement, meaning we won't be paying rent for somewhere in the range of
16 months, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll practically be moving into this, we would be moving into the space at almost no cost, and our first rent payment would be 16 months or 20 months. We'll get to the numbers in a second. And again, we started off with a 15-year term with a termination that is typically not allowed in an office lease. Most landlords don't do termination clauses, but because we're trying to build in an escape clause, if we did build a new center, a civic center, we wanted the ability to get out. Really briefly, on the left is the first floor. That would be our service desk, where people would walk in right off the street into the first floor. There's no security guard directing you up the stairs or through an elevator or which of the elevators. Second floor becomes kind of the council and public meeting spaces, and also forward-facing service, for example, maybe general assistants or people that need to access services. And then the third floor would be the admin space for staff. Just comparing the three buildings that we looked at that had availability, 909 became the viable option because it was kind of the most affordable, but it also had the contiguous space we needed, right? We had an entire third floor, whereas 1603 Orrington, which is beautiful, has great views, had lots of different smaller spaces on multiple floors. And Rotary, just in terms of price comparison, it was a better option at 909. For those who are not familiar with it, this is the property looking at it from the south. That's the ground floor space. You can see that if you are in a vehicle or needing quick service, you can pull right up into that loop, run in. As it's currently structured, there's no paid parking there. I don't know. Frankly, I'm not sure how that's managed. If it's private parking or city managed, somebody can help me with that. Second floor is highlighted in blue. It's half of the floor, and then the third floor wraps around. As I said, it goes all the way onto the Church Street side. Notice you've got the metro station on the left and the CTA station on the right. I circled a monument sign at the bottom with the arrow pointing to it. We could put a Lorraine Morton City Hall sign or whatever, we're going to refer to it as a Civic Center or however we're going to be doing it in the short term. That is something to consider. That's negotiating the lease. I wanted to provide you on the right, the little inset is kind of the plaza area that we're referencing in this image. Also, part of the process, let me jump to this. Evanston Thrives has the theater plaza concept. If you remember that from the summer when we adopted the plan, that's essentially most of this area, not in the roundabout area, but along that train line. So there's already plans to kind of improve that area. In what ways could we improve the rest of it to reflect that this is our kind of civic commons? There's a side entrance that on the plaza that would be more of an employee entrance and exit, which is a little bit closer to the Maple Avenue garage. And I wanted to show you what it looks like for parking and access from the south. Really quickly, I wanted to point out some parking options. I know that was a concern I read in some of the comments in local media. Immediately adjacent to the front entrance is 6 ADA spaces along with 6 kind of undefined, what I call a quick trip. They're labeled as cabs, and I don't know if anybody remembers what a cab is, but that used to be where people would park what used to be the predecessor to Ubers. And then within a 4-minute walk, and that's kind of an average walk. I'm using this off of Google. Maybe it's a little longer for slower walkers. There's 3,000 spaces, okay? And I've broken those down just for reference purposes. And then as we kind of map them out, pointing out Councilmember Newsma's favorite tunnel over at the Union Pacific Davis Street Station. That is a 1-minute walk from 32 spaces on Maple to the front door. I just did a quick comparison just to get a better understanding of how it relates to the Civic Center. Certainly, having on-site parking is really convenient for visitors to the Civic Center. And I'm just pointing out the furthest customer walk. I mean, there's obviously closer spaces, but that furthest space is 385 feet.
This one's 300, but then, like, I have a feeling that some of the slides dropped out, but let me get to it. So then, and then the furthest, let's go here. The furthest employee space is around 600 feet away, and that's way over by Ingram Park. So just to give you a sense for the scale, these are somehow out of order. But again, here's the tunnel. You can see in yellow, that's the building that we're considering, and the blue arrow is pointing to where the parking lot is. Sherman Garage is 500 feet, 2-minute walk from the entrance. Maple Ave, which is, I believe, where we would consider employee parking, is a little bit of a longer walk. And that's it. So I'm going to invite my private sector partner in this project, Stephen Spinelli, come to the podium, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions about the lease. But I thought it would be useful to have, just so you could see what the space looked like and how it was laying out and how it interacts in the downtown. So I'll open it up for questions.
So Councilmember Reed still has the floor.
Okay.
Councilmember?
Okay. Can I still get a response to the question that I asked?
Yeah, Laura Biggs is going to take the microphone.
Thank you, members of council. My name is Laura Biggs. I'm the city engineer. So when we discussed doing this project and looking into long-term leasing options and short-term leasing options, the initial round of offers we got from a variety of buildings were for shorter-term leases. It was a mix, but there were more shorter-term leases, and the rental cost was substantially more, and the cost, the tenant improvement credits were substantially less the shorter the term was. Right now is a really great time to lock in rental space, but we want to be cognizant of the fact that we hope to reach a decision rather quickly and come to a long-term solution for the Civic Center. And many of those options do not involve renting space long-term downtown. And so we crafted this particular situation, which was a long-term lease with a 7-year opt-out. Now, we are receiving a lot of stuff up front in terms of tenant improvement credit and free rent. So the opt-out, if you end the lease at year 7, you do end up having to pay that back. But it isn't necessarily that we are being gouged or that there's this huge penalty. It's more a payback of the freebies that we got for entering into the lease. However, if you decide to stay long-term, either because you're phasing in the Civic Center construction or an ultimate decision is made for long-term rental space, then you have locked in your market rate on what you're going to pay for rent for the next 15 years at a much lower rate than if you just negotiated a 5 or a 7-year lease. And so that is the reason why we have this sort of hybrid lease that is a long-term lease, but it does have the ability to opt out.
Thank you. Mayor Biss, if I can reclaim 30 seconds of my time, just because there's the breakup there, and I still don't feel like I got a direct answer to the question regarding whether or not we've considered, it was brought up during public comment, the building is not crumbling, there isn't a structural issue to my understanding, so why is it not feasible for us to potentially stay in the building for 5 years, 5 to 7 years, while a new building is being constructed and has that $8 million, $9 million opt-out fee been considered in those assumptions?
Nothing is for free. So as the engineer for the city, I try not to be very philosophical up here. I realize that we largely deal in facts. But when a decision was made to stay in this building in 2005 or 6, the decision was not made to renovate the building and to put in the money to stay in the building. And now we're at a situation where we have a number of building systems that are failing. we have had to do emergency repairs numerous times on the HVAC without actually affecting any real major improvement that would reduce the amount that we have to do to renovate the HVAC in the future. In one case, we had a recirculation tank on the boiler system that failed. This was actually the first major failure that happened in recent years. A crack developed in the bottom of the tank, and because of the condition of the metal of the tank, there was no way to repair the tank, and we couldn't get a tank right away. So for 2 or 3 months, there was basically a crack in the bottom of this tank, and water is continually leaking out, except that our facility staff, being very creative and making things work no matter what it takes, took a basketball and inflated it up against the crack and prevented the water from leaking out. The water's hot, so they went through several basketballs over a several-month period. They had not come up with that solution, we would have shut down the Civic Center. So these HVAC things are not a small thing, and I don't know when the building is going to fail. But at some point, we will just not have heat in this building. During the summer, we frequently have much of our air conditioning out during the beginning parts of summer, and then our facility staff runs around and puts in a tremendous amount of time, and hopefully by midsummer, it gets, depending on the number of heat pumps that have failed, gets all the air conditioning back working again. The building is not accessible. There's no ADA accessible path that's fully compliant to the elevator. Most of the hallways are not accessible. A lot of the doorways to the individual rooms are not accessible. Their signage is not accessible. There are serious building code issues, which we're grandfathered in, but we will have to fix if we do any significant construction. But those building code things do affect things like fire safety and the ability to protect staff in the event that something goes wrong. So this concern about a lot of these things sort of piling on and being able to offer a safe, productive workspace, but one that's also reliable, and we know that we're not going to have a catastrophic failure in the near term, is what led us to at least investigate the possibility of moving out of the system, out of the building.
So what I'm hearing is that staff's assessment is that I still don't know if I heard a direct answer that whether or not staff has done an assessment as to whether if we spent $8 to $9 million over the next 7 years, would we be able to, fashion the building in a way that is safe for us to stay here as we figure out whatever our next plan is, whether it's likely the redesign. And I'll state, as someone, I guess the only other person on the dais other than the mayor who has maintained, and city manager, other than the mayor and city manager who have maintained an office in the Civic Center, I fully agree that there's a need to upgrade the facility, leave the facility potentially, very likely. But has staff done the assessment? If we spend $8-9 million, would we be able to stay in the current facility for 5 to 7 years?
We will be able to stay in the facility if there is not a major failure of the HVAC or electrical systems. But $8 or $9 million will not fix the HVAC or electrical systems.
Correct, but not fix it, but maintain it long enough for us to stay here while a new building is being constructed, potentially.
Depends on how much no, I'm sorry. That was not professional. It is, I cannot predict that. It just depends on what happens.
Fair. Okay, I still have concerns about the long-term nature of the lease. I am inclined for us to hold off on the lease to get a bit more information. Particularly, I'd like to see us, what the numbers are if we negotiated a shorter-term lease. To me, 15 years is entirely too long unless we plan on, as the gentleman alluded, just staying there and making that the permanent facility. And I don't think we've reached that. I don't think we've reached that point yet. And so I'd really like us to go back, bring back some numbers on a shorter term lease, what the cost would be. I don't feel as though I need, again, I'd love to see the numbers, but I don't think I need for the city to not have to pay rent for 16 months or whatever the case may be, and have the owner make renovation for us. I'd love to see what the numbers are if we did that on our own for a shorter term lease. And so that's my main concern here. Also, some residents have brought up issues around parking, but Paul addressed a number of those concerns in the presentation. I'll just add here that while I appreciate the mayor's view on just going for the most pragmatic, the most affordable option, I do think it is important that we have a civic center that represents the city of Evanston well and is a modern facility. It doesn't have to be the fanciest in the nation, but certainly something that represents Evanston well. And I don't think that the city, as Councilmember Harris has said, I agree with that the city should certainly for our civic center should not be engaged in a long-term lease for a building as important as that, and we should maintain ownership. So those are my concerns. I'm eager to hear what other folks have to say, and I may chime in later, particularly with the motion to table this potentially for at least however much time staff believes they would need to come back with some additional information.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just have a couple of points I failed to make. One, we have the option to sublease the space, by the way, if at some point sooner than like within 3 years, if we've suddenly found a place to move into or build and we're ready to move in, we can, with some advance notice, we would know that was happening, so we would list the lease for a sublease. Granted, we've already talked about how tough the office market is. It wouldn't happen instantly. Let's be real about that, but it is an option for us, so we're not necessarily responsible for an $8 million termination fee because we could lease. And I also wanted to mention that when we started this process, we did seek out an option of a 5-year lease, knowing that this is a possibility. The landlord did not accept that and will not accept that as a minimum. I think we're going to have this discussion tonight, but the minimum will be 10, and we can come back. We don't necessarily need a table. You can continue to direct us to negotiate, and we can come back with terms and until we're ready to sign this thing. I mean, that's what I would recommend to staff if you were to ask me.
Yeah, and I was just going to thank you, Mr. Zalmanzak. And Ms. Biggs, can you explain a little bit further to the challenge of spending a few $1 million over the next few years, because that starts to trigger other things that we've been grandfathered in as far as codes is concerned?
So the city of Evanston has adopted the International Building Code, and there is generally a requirement that once you are doing a construction project that is 50% of the value of the building or anything that's really significant, then you trigger the necessity to bring it up to modern building code standards. So the last valuation that I recall seeing on this property, because it depends somewhat on how you are going to be zoning the property, but the last valuation was $10 million, and the HVAC project alone would be more than that, most likely, particularly since as we conform the building to the Climate Action Resiliency Plan, we would be making it all electric, so we'd also have to do a significant electrical improvement, although the electrical is one of the things in this building that is substantially not to code. Anyway. So that's where, when we say, can we spend $8 to $9 million, we cannot renovate the HVAC for that kind of cost and not do all of the other things that are triggered. But also, talking with individual city council members and the city manager and some of our senior staff here, there isn't really a desire to do something that doesn't resolve the ADA issues and the building code issues. That generally, what the feedback that I've heard is that people would generally prefer to bring the building up to a modern office standard including building code and ADA.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bottom line for me is I'm prepared to vote yes on this tonight and move forward. I want to emphasize that, excuse me, this is not the long-term forever solution. At least I don't think so. Is it a 15-year solution? Probably not. If that's what makes sense, mathematically to execute a 15-year lease, knowing we can get out of it, potentially at some expense, but potentially that expense would be offset by subleasing the building, then I'm comfortable with that. I want to say that in terms of this building, it totally makes sense to me that even if we do decide that we want to stay here long-term, that we need to move out while this building is renovated. This is not a do-it-yourself project. It's not like redoing your kitchen when you can put a hot plate in your dining room and cook in your dining room for a month. It's a major gut rehab. It's like this old house. Like, you don't live in the house when Norm Abram and his crew show up. You move out, let them do their work, and then when they're done, you move in. If we decide to renovate the Civic Center, we don't want to be here while that work is happening. I also want to acknowledge, as council member representing the 4th Ward, in which 909 Davis is located, I am really excited about not only the operational benefits to staff and visitors of moving the Civic Center operation downtown. I really like the economic development benefits. I wish they were greater. I wish we had more than 90 people coming into the Civic Center, 60 every day. I might suggest somebody could open up a bar so a certain council member would have a place to go after the Monday night meeting. I could guarantee us several beer sales. But if we had an organization, a private company, an organization with as many employees as we have interested in downtown Evanston, we would be rolling out the red carpet to do everything we could to attract them. And we have that ability under our control to move our people downtown into a downtown that continues to suffer from the lack of office workers in the post-COVID economy. That's not going to change anytime soon. And so I think this is a very important proactive step we can do to address some of the pressing needs for downtown. I'm glad Mr. Zamelzak mentioned the public transit infrastructure. It's not something that we own, not something that we control, definitely not something I want to pay for. But I would hope that if we have our our center of civic operations, city operations downtown, that it would, if nothing else, shed some light on the crumbling state of our Davis Street metro stop, and hopefully allow us one way or the other to get Metro or Union Pacific to improve those facilities, because as part of Thrives, that placemaking is important. We've got Northlight Theater coming back in the same time frame we're kind of talking about here, and making that entrance to Evanston very attractive and warm and welcoming and hospitable is something that can only be helped if the Civic Center operations move downtown. So opportunities to talk more about signage and placemaking, to make the most out of this opportunity. So I'm ready to move forward tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Thank you. I share concerns about the duration, but it sounds like we're entering this with the expectation that it would be a 7-year situation, more likely than a 15-year situation. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding?
Yes. So that is entirely dependent on the items that were talked in SP2 and what the decisions are made about the pathway forward. But it definitely lends itself to that circumstance.
Okay. And another concern I have, and Laura, this may be more of a Paul question, but I'll ask it and you all can decide. Was there any consideration given to including in this agreement some option to purchase? If this turns out to work out well and, our tenancy increases the value of the building, which sold last year for $28 million, is the city protected against, I guess, would we could we discuss or negotiate an option to purchase if this works? Because let's say this is a success and we find that purchasing is, going back to the previous presentation, option H, that works better. Right. Do we have the flexibility to do that?
Well, thank you, Councilmember. What I would answer it simply, and that is if the owner of 909 Davis would want to sell the building, then yes, we could buy it for whatever they're willing to sell it for, right? So the last sale was 28, right? And that's significantly less than 65. But really it comes down to, and so the other answer, there were multiple answers. One is we thought about, and I would ask Stephen to step up if I'm saying this wrong, but we have the ability to talk with the ownership about wanting to be made aware of any potential sale, but it's not traditionally incorporated into a lease agreement, like to negotiate a right of first refusal on a sale.
So, I mean, we have the ability to do it, but we don't have any sort of binding commitment or anything we can hang our head on. I do have concerns about us using taxpayer funds to pay rent to increase the value of a building where we aren't going to have any method of recapturing that increased value. And I just wonder if there's a separate negotiation that could happen to protect taxpayers on that front. And then also just to weigh in, I think that people would really be all right with an okay civic center and a great government more than a great civic center and an okay government. I think as long as it's a functioning, cost-effective place for government to function from, the residents of Evanston will be okay with that. But that's something that we can flesh out during the extensive public engagement process, which I know we're going to undertake between now and December.
Okay. I think Laura Biggs and I will work with JLL to determine if there's an interesting pathway, unless we want to invite Mr. Spinell up to the microphone.
I was just reading body language. That was like the I'm about to stand up motion, was it not?
He's covering it.
All right.
Councilmember Sufferton, did you have more?
No, that's it. I just would like to know what our options may be for including some sort of future purchase option or protect ourselves against this being a successful endeavor rather than this being just a temporary home that we use as a place to be while we figure out a more expensive permanent place to be.
Hi, Stephen Spinell here with Jones Lang LaSalle. Just to answer your question maybe more directly, everything that's posted right now is non-binding, and if there is a concern to protect ourselves to have the option to purchase the building should the landlord want to sell in the future, that could be negotiated as we progress down next steps and receiving a lease, if that's the direction we're going. So if it's important, we can include it, and I believe the landlord would be amenable to it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's something that would be important to me. I don't know where my colleagues are, but I appreciate you getting up and giving the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying it. I was just going to quickly say that is, I may differ from Paul on this unless I misunderstood him, but I think right of first refusals are very common in lease agreements, especially if you have, I mean, probably less so if it's if the tenant is not in a multi kind of tenant building, but I would expect because the city is asking, they would be interested in that. At the end of the day, my understanding is it just gives us an opportunity to negotiate a purchase before the property was officially listed. Is that the way to understand it, or is there would you want to describe it differently? Just so we're all on the same page about what benefits we get from that.
I am going to invite Stephen back to the microphone just to give more details. But what I had referenced was a conversation I had with Mr. Spinell about in a typical lease agreement, you wouldn't negotiate right of first refusal for a purchase, but you would for additional space that's flowing into the building. So we do have that for leasing, but not the actual purchase. So I don't know if you would add anything else to that, Stephen, or is that?
And more so the benefits, because again, I think most tenants probably are not trying to buy the building that are leasing out that type of space. But I'm saying if for entities like a city, I think it is this deal aside, it is very common for right of first refusals to be in commercial leases, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But more importantly, moving forward, I just want to be on the same page about what that means. What benefits do we get from a right of first refusal, just so I'm understanding it correctly?
And you're speaking to space within the building, not a purchase option?
A purchase option, yeah.
Okay, because there's, part of it is space within the building?
You can, let's do both, yeah.
Okay, so part of the rights that we negotiated is a right of first refusal or offer on all the space in the building besides the 6th floor. So what does that mean? Before the landlord can sign a lease or offer terms to another tenant, they will come to us to notify of what those deal terms look like, and we have an opportunity to protect our growth before a tenant can take that space. Landlords don't love to give this as a concession. They've given us this right on all available space besides their 6th floor because they have plans to create a conferencing center on the 6th floor that would be a tenant amenity for everyone in the building. It's a lounge, it's conferencing. They have plans underway. So the whole building, we have those rights to besides the 6th floor. As it relates to a potential right of first offer on a sale or selling the building, the landlord, if they were going to bring their building to the market, they would go through an underwriting process, looking at the weighted average lease term of all the tenants in their building, the credit of the tenants. They'd run their analysis, and they'd come up with a range that they would anticipate to fetch. They brought it to capital markets. They would then come to us with that, and we would have an opportunity then to purchase at that number, some dialogue. And if we said we're not in the space to want to purchase, they would then bring it to the market, of which we could still participate at that point, but we would just get that first look is essentially how that works.
I'm saying I missed that first part. What was the first movement again, the way they determine that initial kind of value?
So any building owner, before they bring their building to the market, they're going to go through an underwriting process where they look at the remaining lease term of all their tenants in the building and look at the credit of each tenant, because essentially whoever's buying that building, in a multi-tenant building especially, how much term is left for each tenant matters, and what also matters is the creditworthiness of each company, because a new owner is essentially buying that cash flow in the future. It's not just a vacant building.
Okay, perfect. That's all the question I have for you. Thanks, man.
Okay. Thank you.
And yeah, as far as the lease, yeah, I mean, again, I think we should be careful with how much we say here. Again, just as I say, we shouldn't be negotiating this type of thing in public. But I think the right of first refusal on the offer is a good addition, as well as if we can get that number, if we can find a better balance. I know you're trying to balance lower upfront costs with an early out option, but I think if we could get that 15 to a 10 or lower, let's see how that balances out would be my suggestion. But I'm excited about this. As I believe I said earlier, and I don't think people consider this enough, and I think it's largely because we don't really have a lot of millennials and Gen Zers that interact with government as much as I would like to see, and I don't say that to discount the importance of our more seasoned members of our community, but if this whole system of ours works properly, at some point people put in their time and then they retire and they go play golf or travel, et cetera. And that's why anytime somebody says they're retiring, I congratulate them, because they've put in their time and they're going off to focus hopefully on themselves more. And then the next generation, right, takes on the work. And if you really try to understand that group, I think if they were to choose where they want to work, it would not be in a former school couched between two very quiet residential blocks, period, full stop. So I'm excited about, as I said earlier, the opportunity to identify, to think about, again, how would we build a facility, where would we locate it today? Not based on a survey that 5,000 people feel, a referendum that people did 17 years ago, that only 5,000 people, if that's right, or more or less, participated in, but to really bring in our entire community, especially the generations of people that are going to assume these positions, to help us determine what is the best fit for a healthy and vibrant work environment in 2024. And so I'm excited to, to pilot that in a sense downtown in this location. I think the fact that it's couched between two public transportation options is wonderful. I think the fact that it's near the library and other things that are going to naturally attract people downtown is going to hopefully result in more people visiting the facilities every day. We should be tracking that. And so I'm excited about this and happy to support it. Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back for a second crack to Councilmember Kelly with 2 minutes left.
Thank you. First, I want to correct, I think, that perhaps you conflated my concerns. My first concern was that I felt that we were not appropriately noticed of this item. So I wasn't calling that a violation of OMA, but then you brought in the closed session, and at that point, I referenced a violation in the OMA in terms of the topic of our discussion, and then making a final decision, which was executed the next day, to execute a contract. And this is, I fault JLL, not at all. This isn't JLL's fault, to execute a contract for exclusive representation worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's what I was referencing as a violation, not the what I feel was a failure to appropriately and accurately notice us for this, how this was going to be carried out this evening, whether it was for action or for discussion. So I just, also I would like to know so I'm understanding that in addition to the rent, we're also going to have to pay for the build out, it sounds like, to make the space work for the Civic Center. I think we need to know that full cost. And in terms of the 7 years that Councilmember Reed was referencing, it would be far more than $7 or $8 million. I mean, we're talking about $2 to $3 million a year plus a penalty. So we're looking at $22 to $30 million. So I think this really needs to be reassessed for everybody here who wants to move and is on board with that. I hope you'll at least hold off on this and table this to get better numbers to be able to make a better decision. I don't think we should in any way be authorizing our city manager to sign a lease for office space this evening for the civic staff. No discussion or mention of this plan has been made until tonight in one fell swoop. It concerns me, not with JLL, but that our staff was working with JLL way back in the summer to sign the lease, to create this lease, yet there's been no discussion at all, public discussions about moving the Civic Center. Now tonight in one fell swoop with a special order of business, we're going to embark on perhaps one of the most expensive, projects in Evanston's history. This isn't fiscally responsible. I'm very concerned about this. It feels very reckless and unnecessary. Like I said, we haven't seen the full information about, installing geothermal, about possibly phasing this in. We don't have it. We're looking at a gut rehab, which is simply not necessary. It's foolish and wasteful to start moving staff or even preparing to move staff when we haven't even decided what we're doing. We don't even have complete information available to us, as I've mentioned. It's like saying, let's just get in a car and then we'll figure out where we're going. This is not a plan for success with our taxpayers' money. Committing our residents to office space that we may need for 15 years beyond is irresponsible, and frankly, it's hardly temporary. Using a phased construction approach, as is done with many corporate and civic projects, would make leasing temporary space unnecessary for any length of time. By the way, hospitals and other entities, they rehab in place. They don't need to, go to a whole new location. I think that less than half, like I mentioned before, less than half the staff is here on any given day. We could easily do this phase in, save millions of dollars, and then potentially look at, if we need to move to another building. I'm fearful that we are squandering taxpayers' dollars like never before if we continue to move on this path. We need to wait before signing anything. A delay of weeks or months will not slow any plans and will only improve our chances of a successful and financially responsible process. Whatever we decide to do, this is potentially a step as part of one of the largest projects undertaken by the city tonight just one discussion. Let's get every step right if we're going to do this. Let's slow it down and do it correctly. This is not the way to do it. Quite frankly, we've begun this process all wrong by making the gross misstep of placing this as a special order of business for the first and final discussion on this topic. This is not the way to treat our residents. This is so big, expensive, this is going to impact every resident financially. This process should incorporate extensive public and staff input in both the review of the plans and by having select residents and staff members participate in the actual planning process itself. I've heard from many staff members who very much love this building and are dismayed by the prospect of having to move to a cold, sterile office environment. This needs, there needs to have deep public engagement in this. As mentioned, both by staff and the AECOM report itself says we should have engagement. And signing tonight, agreeing to sign off, we're off and running on this. Yet this has not happened, and this minimal, special order business hearing is completely insufficient. The signing of this lease has had no public engagement. This proposal to authorize our city manager to sign a long-term lease to entirely uproot our civic offices and civic affairs and relocate them into an office building via one single special order of business is an abuse, I feel like, of power and shows disrespect to our residents and the democratic process. I ask that we consider tabling this tonight until we are provided with more complete information, including IRA grants for geothermal at the Civic Center, and so that we have a better idea and a clear idea as to our plans for the future of the Civic Center. Thank you.
At this time, no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed for a second crack. Councilmember, your time has expired, so I'll ask you to be as quick as you can in your comments.
Yes, thank you. I have one clarifying question. So my understanding, and it was challenged by something that Paul Zamazek said, tonight's vote, my understanding is tonight's vote is a final vote, but Paul's response made me think, will the council come back and vote on a final lease, or is this, in fact, the final vote?
Excuse me, thank you for the question. I could use some legal assistance on that. We have a letter of intent that drafts the deal terms. I would advise as staff that we would come back with a lease with the final terms in it, but we wouldn't necessarily have to because we're seeking your authority tonight to move forward with the lease terms. So if you wanted to have a one last look at it, but what I would prefer we have tonight is that you direct us, is it a shorter term you want, which it sounds like it is. So let's do that, and if there are any other terms on the term sheet, the LOI, will adjust accordingly, and then we'll move forward and have and sign the lease, because the lease would just be a legal agreement that would incorporate these. So I know I said it two ways. We could come back, tonight we could accomplish setting the deal terms and moving forward with the lease signature.
Thank you. And I will wrap very quickly here because my time is up. But I want to highlight two things. Most importantly, if the minimum that we can lease is 10 years and we can't get any lower than that, then I support 10 years because we know this is going to be at least 7 years. I'd rather us only be on the hook for the remaining 3 years than to potentially be on the hook for another 7 years or 8 years if we can't find a tenant. Because subletting a civic center, essentially, it's a very large space. I would imagine the new tenants are going to have to renovate. They're not going to need a space like the space that we're in now, very likely, unless Skokie wants to rent their city hall in Evanston. And I'd also note that, even if I also support what Councilmember Suffredin asked, which is the right of first refusal. I would also just keep in mind that, it sold for $28 million, however long ago last year, but their asking price was $40 million. And then, we have standards for our civic center that may not be the standards in this building. And so $40 million plus the cost of bringing it up to our energy efficiency standards could be significant. But
I think we should leave all of those options on the table. My main point here is I would support a shorter term lease. I don't think I'll be able to vote for a 15-year lease, but I could wrap my head around a 10-year lease or shorter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Just having a quick sidebar with JLL, we could go back. Let me try to frame this a little differently. If the council could give us direction, putting a ceiling on the length of time they're willing to lease, we can go back to the landlord and say, can you give us a 7-year lease and can you give us a 10-year lease, and let us compare and contrast the cost. But if you give us a ceiling that we can work within, that could be an approach we take tonight. Otherwise, we could come back every 2 weeks with adjustments to the LOI and have these conversations multiple times. I don't think that would be the wisest choice.
At this time, again, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma with 1.25 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got a pretty good deal for a 15-year lease. How much is it going to cost us to kind of build out the facility? 0, right? How much is it going to cost us to move? 0. How many months of free rent do we get at the beginning? 16. If we ask for a shorter lease, we lose all those benefits. I don't know how much. Presumably you guys have had that discussion. I am comfortable moving forward. If you want to phrase it as a cap, 15 years as a cap, and I trust our staff with their advisors to do the math and make the right call. I don't think we need to come back, have them come back and have us approve a new term sheet here. I think we've got enough information to move forward. If we demand a shorter term lease, it's going to cost us more per year. I think the risk we have is essentially being unable to sublease the space if we move out before 15 years. And so maybe this is a question for JLL. How hard will it be to sublease the space in 7-8 years down the road? How would you answer that question?
To be blunt, it would be impossible to predict. A couple years ago, COVID-19 hits and it upturned everyone's world, but especially the office world. And people are still 3-4 years later working through what does that look like? How are we working? There's no one policy that anyone has adopted. So 8 years from now, to try to predict what working in an office will look like and the viability of the market and the activity in the market,
So that's a question. You gave a straight answer. Thank you. We do know, however, how much this risk at maximum is going to cost us, which is $8 million. I'm willing to go ahead, authorize staff with this term sheet if there are some additional conversations you can have to validate that there's not a shorter term option that would financially make sense. You can make those calls.
Councilmember
Point of information. My apologies. There's a statement that was made that it would be important to me and potentially others that I need clarification on. Councilmember Nusma mentioned a host of benefits that were free, and my understanding is that there's not a lot free in this world, and that those benefits are just really costs that are tacked on essentially at the end of the lease, or throughout the lease. The relocation, the renovation, all of that.
So can you repeat the question exactly? Are you asking what is free or what is not truly free in the lease terms?
Yeah, it just was that a correct, characterization of the benefits, that they are in fact free, or, are those?
So the landlord is providing a concession package which consists of a tenant improvement allowance, which is money to go towards any construction we chose to do. They've also agreed to allow 50% of that money to go towards furniture,
new AV, moving costs, and other soft costs, which is not typical. They're allowing 50% of that budget to help us get into the space and make it ours, if that's the decision that's made.
Point of order. Just my real question is, all of that is accounted for in the rent that we'll be paying over the 15 years, correct?
It's an inducement. You only will pay for that. You only pay for the unamortized costs. Those unamortized costs is what comes back to the landlord in the termination penalty. So those are inducements to lease. We run a calculation called a net effective rent, which takes the base rent and then subtracts out free rent abatement, which we're getting 16 months, and then $110 or $112.50 a foot in tenant improvement allowance. Those numbers get stripped out for this calculation, which shows the net effective rent that the landlord is achieving is sub $2 per square foot. So when you take those freebies, I'll call it, out of the base rent, it's a very aggressive deal.
Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I don't want to interrupt this. Are we finished with that answer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would like a shorter term lease as well, but I think I agree with Councilmember Nusma that then, you know, these freebies would get reduced dramatically, and I think those freebies are pretty nice. So my question is on an entirely different level, which is I'm looking at the letter of intent and item number 20 on parking, which talks about our having to, or the tenant is obligated to lease spaces in the Sherman Avenue garage. I mean, is that really something we're going to have to do?
That is an interesting caveat. When the building was built, they have minimal on-site parking, and they entered into a deal with the city of Evanston to lease spaces in Sherman Garage. And we would have to take over the cost of that proportionate share of lease spaces based on the square footage we're operating. And that revenue currently goes into the parking fund. So essentially, we will be paying the building, who will then put that money into the parking fund for us. It's what? It's rolled into our costs.
So from one pocket to the next.
It is. Okay. But that way the parking fund stays whole and we are not impacting their financial solvency by just taking that money out.
Yeah, okay. I kind of thought that might be the answer. Thanks.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time. We'll go back to Councilmember Kelly. You're pretty significantly over time, so I'll ask you to keep your comments very brief, please.
I just had a quick question. How long have the offices been empty, the office space?
So I was asking, so the short answer is 909 Davis, if we're talking about the building itself or the three, one space isn't empty, right? The first floor space is a building amenity. The second floor space, is that subleased? Okay, don't have an answer for you on that. The third floor space is technically not vacant at the moment. There's the publishing company, which has been there from Councilmember when you started here. They've been there, that was their headquarters, and they have been slowly vacating the space, and that space still has a couple of years left. Don't want to get into, I don't want to cloud the conversation, but that it's technically not vacant, but let's talk real here, it's vacant. Like, they're not operating there, and that's probably been, I'm going to estimate it's been around a year. We could find out specifically when they completely vacated it, if that would help. Yeah, yep.
I just want to note, I mean, I think from what when you look at governments relocating from a lower square foot price to a higher one, I mean, relocating from here down to downtown Evanston, I just think we're not approaching this in a fiscally sound way.
Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion on resolution 9-R-24?
Councilmember.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need a little help here. Did anything change? Okay.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may be recognized
For what purpose?
to make a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to move specifically that we limit the term of the lease to 10 years.
So what are you proposing to amend the resolution?
I will send it in writing. Yes, I am intending to amend the resolution. All right, I just sent off, I have an alternative if for some reason this doesn't work out, but so I move that we amend the resolution to limit the term of the lease to 10 years.
I'll second.
So hold on one second here. I'm just totally puzzled, Councilmember, as I'm reading your. Oh, I see. Are you just proposing to change the word 15 on the bottom of the second page of the resolution to the word 10?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed moves to amend resolution 9-R-24 by striking the word 15, which occurs in the last whereas clause, and replacing it with the word 10. Who seconded? Oh, Councilmember Kelly seconds. Before we move on, Mr. Zalmazak.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear on what the potential impact is. So when we're making a decision like this, where if you're taking off the table the ability to negotiate 15 and you're going to 10, again, this is the problem. Let me say it a different way. That is the challenge with democracy in situations like this, where we have to openly negotiate sometimes. We are significantly impacting our ability to get those concessions. I just want to remind you of that. I don't know what the number is. It'd be better if we knew what the number was, but we've created this in a way so we're maximizing that balance I talked about. Doesn't mean we can't do it. If there is a way to create an option where if the 10 years is really impactful to what are referred to as freebies or concessions, then we could drift back into a longer range. Maybe it's 12 years. Maybe it's. I just want to be clear on that, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just wish we would have took, I think that's an earlier suggestion from Paul to just allow the negotiation process to continue, maybe give them the ability to execute once they determine what that best balance is. Even some things that were said tonight go into that bucket of we should not negotiate in public, because we do tend to do that a lot where we're arguing for them, right? Like it's their job to do some things that I've heard tonight. So we need to stop doing that, and let's just give direction for him to continue doing his thing and see if we can get a better balance with a lower term.
And just to be totally clear, what that means is voting no on the amendment and yes on the underlying resolution, giving the authority and
I don't know what it means from that aspect, but yeah, I think we should do that, whatever that comes down to. Maybe we can get some legal help, but.
Mr. George, was my characterization correct, or is there something that needs to be fixed there?
Correct.
Okay.
Just point of information, is there a way to amend this to, because what we're voting on now is approving a final lease, and I wish we would have had multiple leases in front of us. And I just also, if I can make one point for 2 seconds, is just.
Well, let me first interrupt you and clarify what the underlying resolution is: authorization to execute a lease.
Right.
It does not commit the city manager to sign the exact lease that was discussed this evening. It allows continued negotiation under the pretty ample direction that's been given this evening. So I think that's a really critical distinction here. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, no, I think that is a really important point, but that lease won't be coming back to council for approval, is my understanding, and that's what I would like the council and the community to be able to see the lease. I just want to remind folks that the freebies that we're talking about and the calculation, also, if we get stuck, if we're done in 7 years and we get stuck with this lease because we can't find a tenant to sublet, well, I'd love to see the math on this. I think those freebies go out the window, and we're paying full cost, especially if we have a new civic center and we're paying the full cost for the lease that we are stuck with. So I just really think we need to take those freebies into consideration if we are to move out in 7 years and not be able to find a tenant, which is entirely possible.
Okay, and so there's one more light on, and I've given everybody kind of infinite time, so I'll continue to do that. But at this time, there's only one more light on, so I'm instituting a kind of rule for the rest of the discussion, should there be any. We're going to go back to observing time limits after Councilmember Kelly makes a quick comment.
Thank you. And I'm just going to reiterate that since Mayor Bissey brought up the closed session, that this executing a contract with JL, and again, I think JL does fine work. I'm just not about you all. And giving them exclusive representation, this should have been ratified publicly. That didn't happen. And so I question whether or not the contract is even legitimate with JLL. So I just want to state that for the record, that should have been ratified publicly. We could have given direction, had a preliminary vote in closed session, but it should have been brought to the council for public ratification.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion before us, which is an motion to amend the resolution to swap out the number 15 with the number 10?
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Newsma?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and Resolution 9-R-24 is not amended. Now would the clerk please take the roll on resolution?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make one last motion, which is that the final lease would be brought back to council before execution by the city manager.
What is that? That's literally the opposite of what the resolution says. So what is the motion?
The motion is to strike, I'll have to go into, but to strike the word execution and allow
the city manager to negotiate a lease, but bring it back to council for final authorization.
What is the difference between doing that and just tabling this or voting no or something?
Well, then correct. So then I will move to table this. I don't know, Manager Stowe and the team, how long do you think you would need to, at least be able to get numbers? Again, this is a major investment that the city is making. Do you think it, 2 weeks, a month? What do you need to come back with a comparative chart for 10 years versus 15 years versus maybe 7 years if it's an option?
We could return to the next city council meeting with the results of discussing different term lengths. It would take about 10 days. Did you hear that, Councilmember?
My apologies. Yes, so then I will move, what is our next meeting, February,
12th.
12th. I will move to bring this back to our February 12th meeting with additional information on a 10-year lease versus 15 versus whatever else we can potentially negotiate. And I'd really implore my colleagues to support that. We can take a few weeks to get better.
Councilmember Reed moves to table this item to the February 12th meeting of City Council. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to table?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Nusma?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not tabled. Now would the clerk please take the roll on Resolution 9-R-24?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and Resolution 9-R-24 is passed. This brings us to our consent agenda. The agenda indicates that items A17 and A18 should be removed for potential suspension of the rules. What other items, if any, would members like to see removed from the consent agenda?
812 did not pass? Oh, it's neutral. Oh, it's neutral, but it doesn't go into
council
consent.
with a neutral recommendation.
So it's on the, I'm happy to remove it if someone wants me to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So A12?
A2, please.
A2? Anything further? We have A2, A12, A17, and A18.
Oh, my God. Oops.
ED, I think, what is it, EDC or whatever the Economic Development Committee, the amendments there.
I think that's
EDC
R1.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, R1, yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like the agenda suggests requests that A14, A15, and A16 also be for introduction and action.
I'm happy to move the suspension of the rules. I don't think we have to pull those out. I feel it's been the past practice to vote on that ahead of the whatever this is.
Okay. I'm certainly think that would be in order.
Suspension?
Well, hold on, but before we do it, let's make sure. So what we have now is for removal for further discussion, or for removal is A2, A12, and R1. And for rule suspension to allow for both introduction and action to occur tonight, we have A14, A15, A16, A17, and A18. Is there anything else that folks would like modified from the consent agenda?
Does that include the liquor licenses, the A?
Yes,
items?
it does.
Actually, I think A16 doesn't need to be pulled. It just needs 2/3 majority.
But it also, so it doesn't have the italicized comment about recommend suspending the rules, but it does say for introduction and action just below that in boldface and underline.
Okay. I see it now. Thanks.
Anything additional? If not, then Councilmember Reed, go ahead and make the motion that you were seeking to make relative to suspension of the rules.
I move suspension of the rules on the items that the mayor just listed, items A14 through whatever, 16.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves suspension of the rules so that items A14, A15, A16, A17, and A18, all a part of the consent agenda, can be approved in a single vote tonight for introduction and action. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the rules are suspended. Now would someone care to make a motion relative to the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda minus the items that have been pulled.
Councilmember Reed moves for the passage of the consent agenda with the exception of items A2 and A12 and R1, with the proviso that items A14, A15, A16, A17, and A18 be passed for introduction and action this evening pursuant to the rule suspension that just occurred. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing the discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Sufferton, I did not hear your vote. Was it
Aye.
aye? Okay.
Aye.
All right. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the consent agenda is approved. I think Councilmember Burns is the chair of APW at this time. Is that correct?
Today, so I
Okay.
will.
Go ahead,
move-
Councilmember Newsma on item A2.
I will move item A2, approval of the BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity in the amount of $11,067.40.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves approval of the BMO Harris credit card, Amazon credit card activity. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns is not here. Councilmember Sufferton?
I abstain.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries and the credit card activity is approved. Councilmember Newsma, do you have a motion to make relative to item A12?
Mayor, I move item A12, Resolution 7R24, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract for the purchase of real property located at 430 Asbury Street in an amount not to exceed $2.6 million. This item advances to council with a neutral recommendation from the APW committee.
I second.
A12.
Councilmember Newsma moves passage of Resolution 7-R-24. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Councilmember Hadakaris.
All right. This building is in the 9th Ward. I'm excited about this opportunity. I want to thank Director Thompson and her staff for bringing this to our attention. At least from my experience, when I heard the news that Little Beans was going out of business, I heard from a lot of families that they were super bummed. I think for families with young kids, it was
real great business to have in the community. I think moving forward, after talking with Director Thompson, there is a lot of great opportunities for moving operations for, from the Ecology Center, short-term, expanding our services. I think what I've really appreciated about the Parks Department has been their move towards being more equitable. Recently they made measures to have a sliding scale, which I think, there's a lot of families on waiting lists for a lot of these programs. I think this is a really strong proposal. I don't take the idea of spending $2.6 million lightly, but I think this is an opportunity that we have to be opportunistic and take. This really aligns well. I know there's been some people wondering about, partnership with Ridgeville or what's happening with that. After we made our decision in executive session, with my colleagues' approval, I reached out to Board President Matt Mitchell and discussed the property. They also see it as an opportunity, but after having discussions with them, they are, I would say, months behind where we're at right now. They had a brief discussion recently in one of their meetings. I think, programming at a center like this would be very hard to share. I think for us, I think it's a great opportunity to move forward. I think we have the maintenance staff and also the facility staff to hit the ground running, and I'm looking forward to this being a community center in the 9th Ward.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I cannot support, as I mentioned, APW, this proposed purchase of this building at 430 Asbury. This proposed expansion of parks and recreation properties was never a priority, or the programs that it wants to expand to in our budget. During budget season, tonight we're just, spending many, many, many millions of taxpayer dollars on items that were not brought up during the budget season, and this is yet one more, so I can't support it. If it does seem to be something that we really need, then we can fold it into the budget discussion for the 25 budget discussion, so that there is discussion and vetting, again, not just bringing this tonight. This wasn't even discussed at Parks and Rec. This is not the way to run a government. So again, it might be a great idea, and it's good that we looked at it so we could imagine what we might want, but again, then we work it into our budget for 25. So again, this plan, even the preliminary findings on the report survey responses that we got back, the number one priorities, the top priorities for folks checked there with over 70%. They wanted us to focus on daily maintenance of existing parks and facilities. And the second one that was over 70%, improve existing parks infrastructure. There was no mention there like we need more space for anything. So I'm not prepared to support spending millions of dollars to purchase a building and to maintain it, to buy a new roof for it. Again, maybe next year, but not now. I don't think this is fiscally responsible at this point in time. We've already passed a budget. We have Gibbs Morrison, which continues to be underutilized. That's ready and equipped to be a cafe. Let's make use of that. Let's make that a profitable space for serving after-school kids. And I think it's also important to remember that at the last Parks and Rec board meeting, Ms. Biggs said that there wasn't enough money to rehab do the necessary repairs at Chandler Newburger. But yeah, we're talking about spending millions on a new building. We should take that money, get Chandler Newburger where it needs to be, explore other places and options for temporarily relocating the gymnastics program. There's lots of spaces out there where we can relocate temporarily the gymnastics program, including Evanston High School, Robert Crown Center, brand new, beautiful big recreation center just 6-7 blocks away. We can do it there. There's lots of space. There's even the gymnasium at the Noyes Arts Center. We should explore all of these to relocate, if we want to, temporarily our gymnastics program. And I think we also spent $200,000 or $300,000 on a parks and needs assessment, which we haven't received back yet, so that we would proceed with this without having that also seems a little bit not quite the right order. So, and also this is going to take some $70,000 off the tax rolls. This is something we should think about very carefully, if we want to do that, if at all. I mean, I don't think we should be doing that. So, there's the problem with doing the necessary repairs at Chandler's and then the disruption to the gymnastics program, neither of which really are issues. I think those can both be resolved, obviously for far less money, and we need to start maintaining our facilities. So also I would just want to mention this proposal seems to ignore the many assets already in place in South Evanston, like the Robert Crown Center, like the Ridgeville Park District, which this proposal is located. So I think that's very important that the Ridgeville Park District we should sit down at the table with them if we're looking at this to discuss needs, to discuss whether this is something, that they feel also this is what they do. They run a park district. We should be conversing with them. So I think we all have to really consider the cost of living and work together to really scrutinize expenses when we can. And again, if this is a top priority, then we fold it into the budget discussion at the end of the year for 25. Again, this didn't stem from public requests. This wasn't a priority. So if we're not going to do that, if we're not going to reject it flat out, then I ask that this at least go to Parks and Rec for discussion and the Finance and Budget Committee. I think at this point at the Finance and Budget Committee, we are recommending that any expenditures of over $1 million, these be vetted through the Finance and Budget Committee that weren't previously approved. So I ask minimally that if we don't, vote it down tonight, that we at least then refer it to those committees. If we want to expand third spaces and rec centers in the 9th Ward, then let's bring that forward during budget season. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I support this. The purchase of the building, I believe, I think there's some options potentially to go down other routes. I think this is the right route. I'm interested in us acquiring this land. I think there are many possibilities down the road with this, and really not only the current proposal, but potential future proposals with this land. Really excites me for the city to gain site control here. So I will be supporting this. I would not be opposed to this going to the Parks and Rec Board for discussion to gain more insight from the Parks and Rec Board, but I am fine with this moving forward as is.
At this time, Councilmember Ravel.
Ideally, this would have been an issue that we could have discussed during the 2024 budget discussion, but as I understand it, we didn't know that this building was going to be available. And I do agree with Councilmember Heracardis. It's a really well-used third space for families in that broader neighborhood, and I think I can ask staff, whether there's even time to send it to Parks and Rec. I mean, isn't the owner, what is the status of the actual negotiations and the sale? I don't know who gets to answer that.
Good evening. Audrey Thompson, Director, Parks and Recreation. I'm hoping that Paul will, I can say hearsay, but I don't want to, so. There was a question about directing this back to the Parks and Rec Board. If I can just address that, I think because there have been some claims that, of course, this particular building has not been discussed as far as a lease or purchase with Parks and Rec. Programming, however, has been discussed with the Parks and Rec Board.
In 2023, the City Council approved an additional FTE for gymnastics. So for a coordinator specifically for gymnastics because of the expansion of our gymnastics program. This was also discussed at our June 15th, 2023 Parks and Rec Board, in which we discussed how large the program was growing and the additions that have been made to Chandler based on the growth of the program. In addition to that, programming as it pertains to our disability and advocacy related to equity, that was discussed at the Parks and Rec Board in July as our new disability rights and advocacy manager was introduced to the Parks and Rec Board and then also made a presentation with you all here at City Council. So again, while this building has not been discussed, the programming that really necessitates why we need this building has definitely been discussed at Parks and Rec as well as with City Council.
I understand that there is a question about the ability to, was there a request to move this on to the Parks Board, or can somebody?
Yeah, and what would that do in terms of the negotiation?
Thank you, Councilmember Revelle. So we anticipated that this could be one of the questions. I have been in communication with the property owner. His timeline is he's expecting a decision tonight. And that there's no further room. He's kept this off of the market for, I don't know if it's been 8 weeks or 12 weeks, but in good faith, working with us on this acquisition. And he has people lined up for it won't be a condo, it'll be a rental townhome development, but, and I believe that's real. I've been talking with similar people for several years about it. So the short answer, no. Like he's not willing to give any more time on this.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to second crack, starting with Councilmember Hedekadius with 3.5 minutes left.
Just two small points I wanted to add on. I think Councilmember Burns had mentioned it in HPW. The business plan shows positive revenue from this projected program, and we need, in my personal opinion, we need to find more revenue streams. I don't think we should be, we have to have a balancing act of providing services. We shouldn't be running it like a business. We're not out to make profit off everything, but this is something that, even with our eye towards equity and making this affordable for families, I think having a positive revenue source is a big plus. And, as far as public engagement, this is something we had to keep under wraps, right? This is, we're talking real estate most of the evening. And, this came to light in a week. And I have gotten a lot of positive feedback from people. I mean, just the fact that something came on the agenda kind of under the radar, and we have, a bunch of people writing in, emails coming in today. I think it shows that people are excited about this. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with, I think she referred to herself as the previous tenant. I don't think she's still here. But I wanted to know if, why her and her partners decided to close the business, to know whether or not it was because of less of a demand or some other issues. And she said the demand was still there, was 100% still there. She said one of the things that they struggle with is providing, they've struggled because they didn't have the same kind of HR support that a city would have, and, working to continually identify staff when needed and go through the hiring process, et cetera. It was just, they had a relatively small team, and which is why she said earlier that she feels like if the city is the operator, that we can provide some. We're stronger in areas that they were weak in. But she said the demand was there, and that although they saw a dip during COVID, that they always broke even during the worst of it, which I think is a testament to how the demand for, again, early childhood opportunities. I'm might be the only one with 2-year-olds and little kids running around. And this honestly was I want to say it was the only kind of drop-in place that had longer, hours where you could, on a whim, after I pick up my son from Dawes, you know what, we're going to pop over for a few hours, or, my wife wants to get something going earlier in the morning, and you, even though they have certain open play hours, it's not all the time, but it's a lot more consistent than, I would say, the Y as an example. And that's not to say the Y doesn't provide a need. They do. You could drop in for play there, but the hours are not as flexible as Little Beans. And so I think you'd be surprised just how many people use this center on a regular basis and really have come to rely on it, which is why, Councilmember Hedekatis, I think people have expressed to you how they're happy about this, and the former tenant expressed that people were really concerned and saddened by the fact that this was going to close. So if they can break even in their current operations, I think with the things we're trying to do, we also should be able to do that at least. And she also said that they had started with a gymnastics program, which I don't think I caught that. And I asked if they had a wait list for their programs, and she said yes. Not as long as ours, but again, what we're hearing is that there's a demand for these types of programs, both the drop in, unstructured play, but as well as the gymnastics and the other programming that's provided. So I think this is a really good. There's always risk involved, but I think the risk here is significantly reduced, and I felt that coming into the meeting. But it was nice to talk to an actual operator, right, who has operated the facility in this way for I don't know how long. Do we know how long she was there?
Oh, about 10, 11 years.
10, 11 years. So they understand the business, the ups and downs, and at worst, during one of the worst global crises we've gone through, they were still breaking even, which is, I think, says a lot. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I'm glad you spoke about their team, and that they really didn't have that many team members, is why I have our team here. We have an awesome team that's supportive and ready to program the space. And so I did a little research about just between APNW and this meeting regarding Junior Wild Kids. And while they have a spring session that's going on, it's already closed. And so they experience the same thing we experience with not enough capacity. So why didn't we jump at the opportunity? We didn't know it existed. But when it became available, then this allowed us the opportunity to expand and also provide programming for individuals who wait for that 10-minute block in order to try to get their young person in gymnastics. I will also express that while there are many gymnastics programs in Evanston, they don't provide inclusion services. So your child can be a part of a gymnastics program and have an inclusion specialist with them so that they're able to sit still for a minute to learn how to do a cartwheel. Those are the programs that are available with our gymnastics program. In addition to that, our sliding scale.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was on the fence on this and was a weak no in PW. Don't want to rehash everything I said there. I'm not concerned about the process. I am grateful that you saw an opportunity and went after it. I am concerned about, the expense, and is there a different use for this money, a better use? There might be. I'm going to flip my vote from a leaning no to a leaning yes on this for two reasons. Number one, we did receive during public comment, some, I believe it was written comment from some members of the Parks and Rec Board, at least one of whom I recognized by name. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they were supportive of this.
I think,
As
in
individuals.
transparency, I think it was Friends of the Parks or the
Okay.
Parks Foundation. It was the Parks Foundation Board, not the Parks and Rec Board.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It still carries weight with me. And then when Councilmember Burns was talking about his 2-year-old, I remembered when my twins, who are now 13, were that age, and the number of times we went to Skokie to the Exploratorium there. This was before Little Beans opened. When Little Beans opened, we stayed in Evanston. And 2-year-olds do need a place to jump around. Skokie has this in their Parks Department, and I'm going to support this moving forward.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to second cracks. Councilmember Kelly has 10 seconds left. Obviously, that's limiting, but try to keep it short, please.
Thank you. So, again, I don't doubt that it wouldn't be a great program. There's so many good things that we can buy and purchase and do all the time. When I'm walking around Evanston, I think, wouldn't it be great to do this? And I think about it in terms of priorities. And again, we have a budget process, and we're a public entity, right? We have to be deliberate and thoughtful in how we spend our taxpayer money. And this just wasn't a priority that came up. And we have to respect that. We can't just, this would be nice, and this came up, so let's spend a couple $1 million. Even if it does seem great, I think it is good to look at it and speculate and say, wow, what if we did have such a building? Maybe we would want to go ahead and do that, and then again, fold it into the budget process. We did talk about affordable housing. That was a priority. I mean, I would like to see us, like now, if we were discussing instead investing this in land trusts, in permanent affordable housing in perpetuity, I could see that. That was a clear, priority that we discussed during the budget season. This was not, though it's a good thing, and I'm not denying I hope it will be a good program, but it is going to not only be costly, it's going to take money off the tax rolls. So again, we have to be deliberate and thoughtful. Our budget season should be serious and meaningful, and I'm concerned that this is just going to reinforce many residents' notion that we have a big lack of there's a serious lack of fiscal discipline at the city of Evanston. So, again, I just think there are many wonderful things. It doesn't mean we just throw down millions at it. Every time we consider it, and this is the only discussion. Again, this is one discussion, and we're about to vote to spend millions. So I do not support this. But again, I think it's interesting and worth exploring in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Again, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed with 4 minutes, 5 seconds left.
Thank you, and I'll be shorter than that. One, I want to say that I do think that we need to be able to pivot and move quickly when we see opportunities. I think this was a great find, and it clearly, as the numbers have shown, if it works out, will pay for itself. But one thing, I do think, as we think about the Parks and Recreation Department as a whole, Manager Stowe or maybe Director Thompson, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, the facilities that the Parks and Recreation Department manages or owns are not included in the Parks and Recreation budget. Is that correct?
Correct. As far as maintenance?
Right.
Correct.
As far as maintenance, maintenance and overall expense for operating the building, other than the personnel.
Correct.
Right, the light bill, okay, yeah.
Except for Robert Crown has a maintenance fund. And in this pro forma, I have also recommended that we have a restricted fund specifically for maintenance. And so other than that, when we're talking about capital improvement projects, those items do not fall out of our budget. Yeah, and I think, particularly as we're acquiring buildings like this, and one, I highly appreciate that this performance does include, maintenance. But I think overall we should more accurately account for the spaces that we're using and the facilities
that we're using for Parks and Rec is a part of the Parks and Rec budget. So there's a clearer accounting of what we are truly allocating to Parks and Rec, and so we can make sure that, to Councilmember Kelly's typical concern, that we are being fiscally responsible for residents, and I think that it would also paint a better picture of what we truly are spending to provide recreation services for folks. What is the annual maintenance that we are anticipating for this new building?
So I did have some conversation with Sean Cholak, our facility and fleet manager. For the first year, we are looking at about $80,000 plus an additional $10,000 for staffing. Then that comes down to $60,000 and $10,000 in 2025. So that first year is to get everything, make sure everything is up and running. And then the last year, which will be from here on out, we're projecting about $20,000 a year. So I have more than made up for that in the budget by placing $15,000 a month in the maintenance fund.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd really love to see us do this exercise with other facilities that the Parks and Recreation Department are using, including our parks and our lakefront. That is it. Maybe I did use my full 4 minutes.
Councilmember Reed, I will say that I also spoke with Sean Cholak regarding other similar buildings, which Chandler would be a similar building, and it's about $20,000. And that is what was spent for an entire year. So again, we've made up more than that in our pro forma.
Yeah, and one last thing, one last personal privilege. I wish we would refer to this as the South End Community Center. Again, Eighth Warders are reaching out, loving that this is happening too.
South End.
And they're so close to us. Yeah, South End. Maybe that's the new term. All right.
We can share.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on this item?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and Resolution 7-R-24 is passed. Now, Councilmember Nusma, would you care to make a motion on item R1?
Mr. Mayor, I move item R1, Ordinance 15024, amending Title II, Chapter 18, which is the Economic Development Committee.
Councilmember Newsom moves passage of Ordinance 15-0-24. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you. I'm supportive of this. I just want to raise that I think it makes sense that we are adding members of the small business community. I would also ask us to consider adding folks who represent workers. We do have a number of active unions in town, such as the United Food Workers and folks who represented at Jewel and other retailers. And so I'd ask us to, I don't think there's anything causing any time constraints. Just hold this for one meeting, give time to work in a member who represents workers, give an opportunity for myself to reach out to the unions that operate in town and see if there's a way that we can get membership on this committee to represent that end of economic development as well.
So just want to make sure I understand, is that a motion to hold this item?
Yes, I'm moving that we hold this until the next meeting with the opportunity to make an amendment to add a space for workers.
Councilmember Reed moves to hold item R1. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Seeing no further discussion,
I would
go ahead, Councilmember.
I would like to move to amend this to add a seat for someone who is who represents workers in Evanston, whether it be from a union or other worker organization. And I know you're going to want this in writing. I would really ask that that we just table this for one meeting, allow the conversation to happen. I think it's these are voices that we are desperately missing from many of our discussions, and we should take this opportunity to add them here in the Economic Development Committee.
So is that a motion to table, Councilmember?
Yes, I'm moving to table this to our next meeting.
Councilmember Reed moves to table this item to the February 12th meeting. Is there a second to that motion? That motion also fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Kelly?
So I would just like to recommend, Councilmember Reed, that I'd like to get moving on this because I think it is important to have these additions to our Economic Development Committee. I'm not suggesting that what you're proposing wouldn't also be beneficial. However, I think it's better for everybody, better chance of it being successful if folks can have it ahead of time and read about it as opposed to just sort of on the fly. So I would ask that you consider, submitting, just like this recommended action, that addition. Right now, I don't want to have a debate about it, particularly now. I'm prepared, I've read about this, thought about this, and support this. So.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember
Aye.
Burns? Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsman?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 15-0-24 is passed. This brings us now to call of the wards. Councilmember Burns.
No report.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Ravel.
No report.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, we are having our monthly ward meeting this Thursday at the Levy Senior Center. I'm sorry, not the Levy Senior Center, at the Robert Crown Center in Room D. And hybrid online. We will have some wonderful presenters, including a presenter on parking, everyone's favorite topic, and who's actually recommended by the Doug Shoup, or Donald Shoup. And so really excited about that discussion. We'll be looking at discussing some of the policies that Evanston hopefully will be taken up over the next year, and some of the policies that we already have taken up, and so it should really be an enlightening discussion. So I encourage folks to join in, and we will record it if anyone is interested in hearing our presenter. And then we'll also have 2 open virtual office hours this month as well, which will be going out in the newsletter. So encourage folks to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
A couple of quick announcements. The 31st, I will be having 9th Ward office hours at Reprise Roasters from 9 a.m. till 10:30. And then on February 7th at 7 o'clock, there will be a virtual 9th Ward meeting. Staff will be from 311 will be there to discuss our new 311 system and their capabilities. And then, as always, we'll have EPD giving a 9th Ward safety report and answering questions.
Councilmember Kelly.
Tomorrow we have our First Ward in-person public safety meeting with Officer Rust at the beautiful Evanston History Center at the Dawes House at 225 Greenwood from 4 to 5.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Second Ward will have our virtual meeting January 25th, so Thursday, and then it's virtual. Thank you.
Councilmember Wynn.
No report.
Councilmember Nusma.
Fourth Ward meeting coming up on Tuesday, February 6th, 7 p.m. at Robert Crown. Office hours on Saturday, February 10th, 10 to noon at Reprise Roasters. Also, I want to remind Fourth Ward residents that there is an online survey. You should have received a postcard in the mail a few weeks ago, and I will send out a reminder in the upcoming ward newsletter via email. Then last but not least, I just wanted to express my appreciation for the members of the Evanston Fire Department who were involved in extinguishing the fire on the 1100 block of Florence earlier today, and thank them for their service. And I'm grateful that the 4 folks who were injured appear to be on the road to make a full and quick recovery. Thanks.
Mr. Stowe.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that my understanding is it's very slippery and icy outside, so just when you're leaving the building, just please be careful, and also when you're driving home. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Be careful out there. And with that, seeing nothing further on our agenda, the January 22nd meeting of the City Council stands adjourned.